Hey there guys, my name is Steven Davidian, and today we're going to be going over the course curriculum on how to create a barbarian model from Clash Royale from A to Z, so basically the whole pipeline on how to create them. This course is broken up into 6 different sessions. The first one covering the basic sculpt, just putting in base form like his muscles, his shoulders, the shape of his head and things like that. Then in session 2, we'll step that up and do secondary forms, so a little more detail, but nothing crazy. Session 3, we'll finish that all up, so we'll add all the detail that we need to get the mesh to look right. Session 4, we're going to retopologize his body, just because we don't have enough time to retopologize everything on the asset. So we're going to retopologize the hardest part of him, which is his body of the character, from his head all the way down to his toes. Session 5 will be texturing within Substance Painter, so using Substance Painter to finish up bringing the model all together and actually applying texture and color to him. Session 6 will be finishing up the textures, like adding his eyes and things like that and shadows, and applying it into Mixamo. So we'll export it into an OBJ and apply him into Mixamo to see how he looks animated. And this is kind of an overview on how he looks. This is what we're going to be generally creating with Blender and Substance Painter. So this is our barbarian. If you guys want to learn how to create something that looks kind of like this, I hope you tune into this video. It's a very fun process where we go through from A to Z. We kind of create a pretty high quality asset for a game, so it's not something that's just for like looking. It's not, we actually retopologize it so it can animate well and stuff like that. So we create it for the use of a game in the future. So if you want to learn how to create that, let's watch this video, and I'll see you guys in session 1. See you. Hey there guys, my name is Steven Davidian, and in today's session we're going to be starting off modeling / sculpting our barbarian from Clash Royale and Clash of Clans. So with Supercell models, they tend to be very clean, very noise free, very smooth. So we're going to be trying to replicate that in these processes when we're creating. So what I did was, before I created this tutorial series, I made a base mesh in my time to give you guys, so we can start off by just going into Blender Sculpt opposed to modeling out the mesh. So it's going to be provided within the project files. So if you go to File, Import, Barbarian Base Mesh should be right here. Okay, I'll level it in kind of the middle of the screen. Now what we're going to do is click Control A, lock rotation and scale. Okay, and then you can just lock the location also. And we're going to just jump right into sculpt mode. We're going to turn on Dino Topology, turn this down to around 10 for the relative detail, and then change Subdivide Collapse to Subdivide Edges. And we'll go into the Clay Strips tool. And all we're going to do now is we're just going to come in here and we're going to try to pack on geometry. That's all our goal is right now. We're not trying to create any sort of detail with the mesh. We just want to create geometry that will make the mesh look good. And after we create this geometry, we'll go on to a next step. So before we get going, let's turn off the grid so we have a little bit of a better view for us. So, okay, and you can see that nothing on the barbarian right now is like how he looks. Like, he doesn't have his kilt, he doesn't have his sandals on, he doesn't have his wrist wraps around his wrists, he doesn't have hair and stuff like that. Don't worry about that. We'll definitely get into working with that. Just for right now, we're packing on some mass onto him and getting the basic shapes ready to go for right now. Now we will obviously get into creating all of that detail and creating the rest of his pieces that make him the Clash Royale and Clash of Clans barbarian. So you can see I'm just these are not going to be seen, so his legs aren't going to be seen, but you can see I'm creating the anatomy for the quad right now. I'm building up muscles on the side of his leg, and it just helps me gather the mesh a little bit better. I'm going to start creating his glutes. So basically his butt for his back. I'm going to start creating them. And as I place these, I get a better sense of how to model whatever character I'm modeling at the point in time. So I'm getting his hamstrings in. And these are very condensed characters. They're very, very condensed. So all their muscles are basically grouped in together, essentially. So you have to be very, very careful, have reference at all times, and actually we'll import a reference file right now as we're speaking. We'll turn on background image, add image, open, and it should be called barbarian.jpg. I'll give you this image also. Okay. So we'll have our reference image, and what you could do right now is you can take this over here and move it kind of to fit this reference, and same with over here, move it to kind of fit this reference, something like that. Okay, you don't have to follow it exactly. Let's turn Retopology back on, but it's good to have that kind of reference always in front of you. And I also have references on the side of my computer, my other monitor, to be looking at when I'm creating, you know, these basic forms and basic shapes. If you're trying to create a replica of something, yeah, it tends to help a lot if you have, you know, a lot of different pictures of how he's gonna look and stuff like that alongside. I might do my little own twists. I'm gonna keep him very Clash Royale like and very Supercell like, but I might add a couple different variations to him that you guys can easily skip out on if you want to create like a replica. But I might add some different variations to this guy to make it kind of like our own. But if you want an exact replica, then by all means follow the over here, the orthographic views right here. Follow all of these kind of religiously. Like if you see over here, I'll take the grab tool, I'll put the strength down, and I'll start matching up his skin with this. You know, I wouldn't want to stray too much off this if I'm trying to create kind of a replica of the mesh. Probably pull this off to the side. Let's turn that off. Pull this off to the side and level it up a little bit better. And I'll go back into sculpting mode and I'll turn the Retopology back on. Yeah, I'll start bringing out some edges and stuff like that to make it look a bit better. Really kind of just matching it up with what we already have. So you can see we're packing on quite a bit of detail right now. I'm gonna probably emphasize his shoulders, and this guy is struck in a T-pose already, so which is very good for animations and rigging. So he's gonna be able to kind of go in with any kind of animation we want very, very quickly. So we'll probably use Mixamo towards the end of this tutorial to animate this guy. I'm starting to pull his chin down a little bit to kind of get a better look. And you can see just by the texturing and the materials, Clash Royale, Clash of Clans, that kind of style of character, very simple, and it has a very unique style too. So you kind of got to keep true to it if you want to get a replica of it. Over here I'm going to start mapping out where his chest is. If you zoom in, you can kind of see it's like right around here. And I'll just map out. Nothing too serious. Where his chest is. Just like that. Okay, you can smooth that out now. Like I said, we're not trying to get any details in. And I'll roughly just draw abs right here. Very roughly. If you come look at the reference image, if I pull this on the screen, and zoom in on the reference image, you can see his abs just go kind of across his body. Just like so. And all I would do is I would take the grab brush, and since the body is curved, I would start pulling these in just like that. And I'd pull these out and start curving it, just because, like I said, the body is a curve. It's not flat. So you don't want the abs or kind of the chest even to be flat. You want it to have some sense of curvature. Just like so. I'm just trying to add basic shapes to create detail. Now his belt should be right around there, so I'm not going to be adding too much stuff right here, just to keep in mind for his belt, but I like basing out the detail. It helps me just create the entire mesh a little bit better. So right now I'm just getting in some subtle kneecaps right now. And you can tell like how small his leg is compared to the rest of his body. Very, very condensed character. Very, very muscular upper body. And the lower body is kind of lacking with development. You can just tell he kind of has stubs basically as for his lower body. Okay, probably curve this kneecap out a little. And then for the quad, I don't think this is exactly how they do their quad, but I'm going to kind of draw up the quad a little bit towards the side of his legs. I'll kind of build up this quad. And now I'm keep on looking back and forth on these meshes, so I make sure that I'm not kind of losing the feel. So you can see the knee pops up right around there. So I'll kind of fix that. Push this in a little, smooth that out. Okay, smooth all that out. So right here for the quadricep, we'll build up a couple more muscles, and then we'll probably build up right around there and finish it off. And then you can add maybe a place for the groin. But like I said, his kilt will kind of get rid of all of that. You won't have to see any of that. Okay. Now we'll start getting a little bit of his waist in. So right here, start just using control on our clay strips brush. Start getting in his waist. Then maybe you can draw like a little space for his lower abs, even though you're not going to really necessarily see them, because we'll have a belt and a kilt, but just a little space for his lower abs. And you can start packing on some more detail into his chest, because his chest is the most emphasized part of his body. It probably takes up the most of his body, to be honest, so I want to emphasize that. And then towards the back of his lats, you know, the lat muscle probably comes down right about here. And you can smooth that out. And you can use control to push that out. Get in his armpit. Very simple shapes I'm creating. Like the bicep, I'll just create a sphere right here. Kind of fill out his shoulder. Fill out his rear delt. Like they don't really emphasize the scapula and stuff like that, just because it's a mobile game and they tend to be very small characters on the screen. I'm sure maybe for marketing work they probably emphasize more of the scapula, but for these smaller games they're not going to really put in that much work into it, just because, you know, it is a small game, so there's no real point. You try to keep it clean. You know, the simpler the mesh usually is, the cleaner it's going to look. And I think that's what they kind of go for. Right now, this is obviously very rough. This is probably not Supercell grade whatsoever. But we're just packing on just the detail right now. So towards the scapula, you want to kind of get it right around there. And you can flatten it out. If you want to emphasize his back a little more, then the original concept, you could just start packing on his lats maybe to make it a little wider if you want. You know, it's up to you. Because he doesn't really have a huge V-taper. So if I go back, you can see he doesn't have a huge V-taper. You can see his body comes out more. So his lower back is kind of a little bit thicker. And he probably has, like not love handles, but he has like little skin folds that kind of come around here. That kind of get covered by the his belt. So it's something along the lines of this. Let me just check. Everything is recording and set. Yep. Okay, perfect. Okay. So you get his butt. And then you can start shaving down his legs a little. Like I said, his legs aren't primarily that important. Just because you're not going to be seeing them. But I just like sculpting them in just to get like a sense of anatomy. Like I don't like sculpting with no sense of anatomy in check because it kind of throws me off. So I sculpt like the butt and, you know, the quads a little, just like how I think they would look on him, as kind of like a sense of how he would look. And then we'll get the kilt. I think that's what it's called, the kilt. We'll get that later. We'll model that out later. I'll cut his quad right there, his quad muscle, and then I'll cut his quad again right here. The muscles for his quad. I'll start smoothing these out using the clay strips brush. I'm going to start taking the detail down so we can pack on a little more detail. Just control to smooth that out. And then with these kind of assets, they're, like I said, very noise free. They're very smooth assets. So use a grab brush, pull this out, start pushing things and smoothing things, just like how they're kind of intended to be. He's a very thick, stubby guy. I don't know if they intended it like that. I'm sure they did. But a very thick and stubby guy. At the same time, his legs are very, very spaced apart. As you can see in the reference images. Like if you see his legs are very spaced apart, you know. That doesn't, like, you don't know where his quads are. You don't know if his quads are huge, like as it goes into the kilt, but it seems like they're not. I'm just drawing these emphasized ones, like I said, just for me. And you're not going to see them anyways, but it seems like his legs aren't typically big. And maybe that was kind of the look Clash, or not Clash, Supercell was kind of going for initially. So I'm just drawing in the butt, the hamstrings, just going over the anatomy. So as you sculpt anything, you definitely don't want to neglect any anatomy when you're sculpting. You want to make sure like you're getting everything, even if you're not going to see it. Whether it's a base mesh or anything you're doing, you want to make sure you kind of get in the groundwork of the anatomy before you kind of go into anything else. Because if it's fundamentally wrong in the beginning, it tends to be fundamentally wrong towards the end. It'll start collapsing and stuff like that. Your mesh will just not read well if you don't have like a good solid base. And it doesn't have to be hyper detailed or anything like that. It could be just general shapes for like the kneecap and stuff like that. For the calves, if you want to push out towards like right here, and just get general shapes for it. It doesn't have to be like super detailed. The back of his leg, it's kind of curved towards his Achilles, kind of narrows in just like so. Like I said, very stubby, very thick, and very clean. Their meshes are very, very clean. Which is something I commend them for. I commend them that they do, even though they're a huge studio, they do put in that like work to keep everything clean and everything looking the same. Okay, so this whole time we've been using one brush essentially. I think we use a grab brush too also, but we've used one brush to kind of do all of the work in, and that has been the clay strips brush. We've used a grab to move around, and I think we've used a crease a little. You can see in the top left corner what I go to. We've used a crease a little to kind of get some shape in. Probably add some fat towards here, the love handles. Even though he's supposed to be a very, very muscular kind of guy. Back here, probably add his traps to kind of go towards his neck. Smooth all this out. Now we can start getting into his face, you know, which is probably one of the hardest parts of modeling out or sculpting out a character, is kind of gauging how his face is going to look. So you can see I'm going to start pushing these in for his eyes. I'll hit 3 and I'll use the G key for grab, and I'll push all of these in towards his eyes, just like so. I'll push this out towards his mouth, and I'll get a general shape. It's going to look really bad right now, but it's a general shape of how deep his eyes are going to typically go. Now I'll just start pushing these in, and you can see having this reference over here is helping a lot. It wouldn't be as easy to kind of get his shape of his nose, get his shape of his eyes, if I didn't have like some sort of reference to follow. So reference image does help a lot when you're creating. Okay. Now, Barbarian's face is pretty mundane. It's pretty plain. It's not very, very interesting. He has big like hair parts, like you can see like the top of his head. It connects into his eyebrows too, his top hair, and then he has this huge mustache. And I think those are the most emphasized parts of him, are those parts of him. But he doesn't have a brow bone. He just has an eyebrow. So I'm not gonna even draw, you know, a brow bone right now. I'm just gonna deepen in his eyes and start getting his jaw in place a little bit better. Pushing these up, just getting things in place. And then you can see his mouth is right here. We'll use a crease brush and we'll crease right there, just like so. Hit 1 on the keyboard, and then you can come in. You can look how deep it goes. So we get something like that. We can use a sculpt draw now to push this in a little bit more. Something like that. You want to keep his face very neutral because, you know, if say you were working in a studio or something, you don't want to have like an expression on the character's face at its base state. You want to keep it very, very neutral and very plain. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to carve in this for his bottom. I'm going to push up his upper lip. I'm going to carve in his bottom lip. And this is kind of how I do lips. Even though probably Supercell does it a different way, I kind of sculpt out towards the bottom and I build up the muscles. So let me scale this up. I build up the muscles of the bottom lip and I bring them outwards just like so. I connect them and I start building them up just like so. I bring them out and then I'll push in. Start packing these muscles of his bottom lip on. And I'll smooth this out, so if it does look a little bit weird in the beginning, don't worry about that. It'll get smoothened out, but for right now I'm just focusing on creating it to look decent. And his mustache is going to be right here, so the top of his lip isn't going to be so prevalent. But like I was saying, even with his like quads and stuff like that, I like creating the anatomy for whatever it is. Anyways, just because I like having a guide there at all times. kind of. He has a very bulbous nose too, a very big round nose. So that's why I'm kind of just trying to get the general shape of it right now. And I did push it a little too out. Probably pull this in. Like I said, you can kind of go off the script with this, or you can stay exactly on it if you want. It really depends on the style you want to kind of go for and stuff. So over here, we're going to start rounding his mouth out. Because like I said, the human body is not flat, even if it's a stylized character. These are things you want to kind of follow no matter what style you are doing. Is, you know, round things out, because the human body, like I said for the 9th time, it's not flat. You know, level this out to maybe like right around there. And then we can start flattening things. You can use a scrape brush. You can change the curve to a flat curve, like so. Then you can start flattening his bottom lip out. Start flattening the top of his lip out. You know, caving in his cheeks a little. Smoothing all this in. This decimates geometry very, very quickly though, so be careful when you are using this. I'll probably push this up. This is not, Supercell has it more like of a flat way, so I'll use a pinch tool to kind of curve this all out and stuff. Okay, let's hit 3 right here. Hit Control Z. Let's take that pinch tool out of there a little. Flatten his jaw, so just bring his jaw out, just like so. And he has a huge, narrow jaw, the Barbarian. And he has a very, very squarish shaped face. So we're trying to kind of get that down. Okay, let's go back to the clay strips. Start pushing this down a little. And create his under lip. Just by, scale this down a little, just by going from corner to corner and drawing kind of like this lip shape. And like I said, it is stylized, so you can just smooth this out. Keep it very, very simple. We'll come back to this obviously, but for right now, keep it very, very simple and clean, and just kind of draw the ridge of his lip. The top of his lip, don't worry about, because it's going to get covered by the mustache. But you can draw this kind of like so if you want, to kind of give you some guider. Okay, so for right now he's looking pretty well. All his shapes are coming together a bit. You can start kind of seeing it within the mesh. Probably just keep on adding forms into his tricep, his forearm, and then what we're going to be doing in the next session is actually creating, let's just start sculpting his tricep a little bit better, by the way. And next session we'll actually start creating the hair, the kilt, and stuff like that as we go into secondary forms and details for this mesh. So this one we're just trying to get the basics of it out the way. So adding basic form, basic detail, you know, kind of sculpting out where his chest will be and stuff like that. And then for after this, we're gonna go into creating it, adding secondary forms. So if you don't know what secondary forms are, it's like, you know, maybe like the eyes, the nose, details within his chest, you know, going in, changing down the dino topology level and going into a lower, a higher detailed state. And then as we add all the rest of his armor and stuff, you know, his cloth and things like that. Just adding detail to his hand. Alrighty, smooth all this out now. I don't want to kind of miss any parts that I can be adding detail to. Okay. Alright, you can see his thumb over here got a little messed up. Just add some detail within here. Kind of got to be careful when you're making the fingers. Probably put his thumb in a little bit more into his hand, because the base mesh wasn't perfect, you know, 100% absolutely perfect. That's why you'll get some issues when you are creating the hand, some issues when you're creating the head and stuff like that. Just because, you know, when I was modeling it out, I wasn't modeling out in the most perfect way for sculpting. So. But it does save a lot of time. Like, usually you don't want to start from scratch when you're working. And I can just already tell these fingers, they're a bit too long for his palm. So I'm going to start pulling these fingers up just a little bit, make them a little bit more stubby and small. Okay. Keeping everything clean. For right now, I'm making sure that, you know, he's keeping that shape of a barbarian. Probably make the top of his hand, the top ridge of it thicker. Start adding some variation into his fingers. But nothing crazy. Like I said, I'm adding very relative detail. Nothing, you know, nothing too intense. You can see I'm just putting slight brush strokes in places that I know I'm going to come back and kind of redo these. So I'm not going crazy with it right now. Alrighty, just finishing up these finger buds. Just like so. Alright, and you could probably do it for the thumb also. Probably thicken this part of his hand out too right here. Alright. Very, very roughly. Okay, so we're getting the rear delt in. We have the traps, which is right here. His lower back, his lats. Kind of just gauging all the detail in right here as we're going along. We have his bicep and his bicep going into kind of where his chest is. His shoulder and chest part is looking fairly nice right now. I'll probably level his chest a little higher to like right about here, and I'll add this cut right here. I'll fill this out and I'll smooth this. Just have a little cut right there going from kind of separating the delt from the chest. And I could tell I'm emphasizing the muscle a little bit more right now than normal. Kind of really digging the muscle in there and making sure it's prevalent. Like the tricep over here, I'm kind of thickening it. And I'll cut it off right around here. The bicep, I'll thicken it towards the inner part of his arm and I'll smooth that out. Stuff like that. And as we go, probably towards the last form of details, towards the end of the sculpting part of the video, as we go from there, you're gonna see me smoothing all of this out, not keeping it, you know, this rough and stuff. We're gonna kind of take the mesh and smooth everything we were doing out of it. Okay, awesome. Just add some parts from the nose and his chin. We could add a little more softness to it. So I'm gonna start flattening out and then use a scrape brush to keep it flat, nice and flat, because the barbarian's chin is flat. Scrape right here. And I'm doing everything. Clash Supercell. I don't know why I keep calling it Clash, because Supercell is the company's name. They keep everything smooth. They tend to make everything look very, very cartoonish. So you can tell right now it doesn't. There's a lot of noise everywhere. And that is kind of the last part we're going to be doing of the sculpting before we go into retopology. Is we're going to be creating this like mesh that has all this noise and all these muscles that are popping out, and we're going to turn this into a smoother, cleaner mesh. Because right now it doesn't look like that right now. You know, you can tell the separation. It's not obviously high enough quality. If we turn it into smooth shaded mode, so we get rid of all these like lines, you can tell it looks a little bit better, a little bit smoother. His abs are kind of stick together, and we don't want that. But we're gonna just be going over and reiterating it and making it nicer and nicer as we go. So right now I'm just getting the head in, and I'll start pulling these cheeks out a little bit. Like so. And let's see if we can get his ear. Let's go back to the clay strips. And what I'll do is I'll start just going in just like this. Okay, now I can hit Z again, and now I can come in and I can create this by myself. I'm gonna just go in and create this stroke pattern until his ear starts popping out, just like how I like it. Probably scale the brush down size a little and keep creating this stroke pattern. Okay, come look, just like so. And we're not going to get into detail of creating the ear perfectly in this session. We just want to know where it's going to be. So in the next session, what we can do is actually create the hair for the top of his head, because you can tell you're going to have to actually fix the top of his head right now, actually. Okay, we have to create the hair for the top of his head, so the ear is a very, very crucial guider for that. So okay, we'll start pulling this in. You can use a sculpt draw brush to kind of speed this process up, because it puts so much more mass on so much more faster. So you can already tell that, you know, we put on way more mass than initially with the clay strips. Clay strips is kind of better for creating build up. So if you're building up these masses, it's better for that. Okay, now you could just probably get the lobe of the ear in, like his ear lobe. You can smooth this out, and if you want, you could take the crease brush and kind of crease behind his ear. And that's basically it for his ear for right now, just to get a good guider on. If you want to draw, I don't know what the piece is called, but that piece that sticks out that kind of covers your ear right here, if you want to draw that coming in, just like so. And you can go in and look how the Clash Royale anatomy chart for their ears look. You know, they have a lot of close-up images of but the Barbarian. I think the card itself is a very close-up image of his face, so you can go in and see like all these different kind of references for how they model out his ears. But for right now, this is a good guider for creating his hair, which is all I'm really caring about right now. I don't really care how it looks, because I know that we can make it look good later on. I'm just caring about when I go to the side view, you can see how I'm gonna map out his head. That's all I'm caring about right now. Start pushing these in a little bit, just like that. Smooth all that out. We're gonna probably have to get into creating his jawline too. So what I mean by that is you can see his head is kind of attached to his neck, and that's how the model is. But he does have a jawline that kind of pushes up. I'm gonna turn smooth shading off right now so I can see what I'm doing a little bit better. So the jawline creates like this kind of, he doesn't have a jaw coming down from the ear. He doesn't have a line like that. So he doesn't have something that looks like this. But I'm gonna do this right now to get a good look at it so I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna fill the bottom of his neck off. And I'm just kind of sculpting out his jaw right now. Get a better look. Because his jaw is very, very predominant. His jaw and his chest are probably the most predominant features on this character. So you want to, really emphasize all of that. And then you could probably smooth it next to his ear. You could go to the scrape brush and start scraping as it comes into his jaw. Just like that. Keep it nice and smooth. I'll start curving it out because his jaw does have a slight curve to it. It's not like a straight, perfect jaw. And you can, like I said, follow the orthographic view perfectly almost. Smooth all this out. And smooth all that out. Okay, cool. He's a barbarian. The last piece I'll probably do, we have his knees, we have his quads. You can put probably a bulge for his groin area, if you want. Over here, you could probably trim down where his quad is meeting. So just like that, you trim this down, just because you don't want it meeting into his groin. And then you can use the crease brush to crease out the separation, just like so. Because like I was showing you before, in these images you see his legs are separated a lot. So I'm sure they're not like connected at the point of his groin. So that's why I'm kind of creating that gap in between where his butt is and where his hamstrings connect. I'm creating a gap for it. And then you can create just like a bulge if you want. And I'll probably pull out his quads a little more, and then that's probably it for his legs, because his legs are mostly not going to even be seen, especially the parts that I'm working on. Build up his calf a little more. Okay. You can tell once you have a sense of some sort of anatomy, and you kind of know what you're doing with like anatomy, like not even with stylized characters, if you have a sense of what you're doing even with like realistic, like high poly characters, or like characters that have like realistic anatomy at least, it's very easy to kind of translate over. Like I don't model Clash of Clan characters in my free time. I don't really do that kind of stuff. I don't really play around with this anatomy too much. I have in the past, here and there, but nothing like ridiculous. So my prior knowledge of creating, I created another scrape brush by accident. Okay, we don't need that. My knowledge of just having prior anatomy knowledge, really studying the material, is kind of just flowing through my work. I don't really, this is not my specialty, is Clash Royale characters or just kind of style. Just having that general knowledge can allow me to create almost any sort of style, which is what you want to do. You want to kind of be able to create the fundamentals, so you can kind of translate if you want to work in the industry, if you want to work on your own games, and you don't want like the same kind of style of game every single time. You want to be able to be flexible and adaptable no matter what. You don't want to be only good at one type of style. It's not relatively the best. And that is probably, just looking around, his head shape is a little bit weird. We'll thicken the back of his head a little bit. And he's going to look really weird with no eyes and no hair. Definitely the hair for sure makes him look very, very weird. But this will all come soon,
his eyes, his nose are all gonna come soon. We're just waiting. Before we do that, we're just waiting to get the right amount of detail. Once we're comfortable with what we have, like how his chest looks, how his body is looking, his overall mesh, which I think we're almost about there. You know, let's smooth shade it to get a better look. Yeah, I think we're about there with what we want. It's nothing crazy. I'm just getting in his abs a little bit better. Could probably pull out his chest a little bit more like that if you want. These parts you're not going to see. Is that a mask right there? Alt M. Yeah, that was part of a mask. So over here, kind of going into his hip. Okay, so and you can smooth all this out. Like I said, this is a supercell model, so you know it tends to be much more cleaner and smoother than any kind of other model. So I think we have the good amount of anatomy. I know his arms are very thick looking. That's why his bicep looks so huge in this view. So his arms are very thick looking. His tricep is very bulbous and thick. His elbow is like almost not prevalent in the mesh. And then his back, you know, his back is very, very smooth. There's not a lot of detail back here. I think I've put a little too much detail on my model as a replica, but yeah. Okay, so that should be it. That's his little butt right there, guys. We have his lats, we have his head, we have the basis of his nose. We got his jawline shape pretty good. His head, the only thing about his head is it is looking a little bit weird, but that's just because I think there's no hair, so the shape of his head as a bald guy looks a bit weird, which is understandable, but we're going to be adding hair in the next session. So his nose, we didn't really work on it too much yet, but like for what it is, it's looking good. Round out his cheeks maybe a little more, and then you know his eyes we're going to be working on in the next session, creating spheres to put in as his eyes. I'm just kind of finishing up, doing some touches right now. And I think we're okay with this mesh. You can tell from the beginning I used the clay strips. We've used the crease a little, the grab, the sculpt draw, and the mask. I don't even think we use a mask actually, to be honest. So we typically, 98% of the time I was using the clay strips brush. But we created this in relatively a quick manner of time, which isn't anywhere near done. We still got to get, you know, his clothes on. We got to detail him more, and we got to smooth it all out to give it that nice Clash Royale supercell look. So thank you guys so much for watching this session. Meet me in the next session to get into bringing in all his forms together, putting his mustache, his hair on, his eyes, and stuff like that. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I hope you guys have a good one.
Hey there, guys. Welcome back to a brand new session. We are entering session 2 of this series, and within this session we're actually going to be focusing on secondary details, creating the rest of his outfit, and getting him kind of up to date with how a Clash Barbarian typically looks. So right now, things that are missing off the bat is his eyes, his outfit, his hair, his mustache, and things like that we need to fix up. So we're gonna not waste any time, and we're gonna go right in here and create a UV sphere. Scale that all the way down, and we're gonna take this and align it with his eye, just like so. Okay, and then you can duplicate that and move it over, and likewise align this with his eye too. Okay. And I'm going to merge both of these together by joining them. And now I'm going to hit smooth on both of these. Just move my keyboard out the way. Okay, let me smooth both of those. Okay. So that's his eyes right now. And what you can do right here is you can come in,
Let me click Alt-M. That's for his hair, what we're going to be doing in a second. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to start kind of mapping out how his eyes are going to be. And I already could tell Dino Topology is off. And we need to turn that on for his eyes. Okay, is it on? We'll take smooth shaded off too. Just because we don't need that right now. Okay. Okay, so we're going to be putting in some detail around his eyelid, just like so. Very roughly too, nothing crazy. Just putting in some subtle details, just building up his eye a little more, and you can tell that these shapes aren't perfectly identical right now. Blender is acting up right now. So we're gonna have to fix how his eyes are kind of laying on top of each other. So how I would fix this is I would tab out into edit mode and then probably push this eye in towards here a little, and I'll start kind of mapping out how it's gonna look. I think that should be about right now. As we go further in to creating the topology, I'm gonna bring this number down. As we go further in, we'll start mapping out some better ways to get his eyelid going. And usually the barbarians, they don't really have defined eyelids, typically. They're very like creased and they're just almost glued to their eyes. So I'm gonna actually go and get the sculpt draw brush and build up this mass right along his eye. And same with over here on the top. Build up these masses right along it. And it's overly built, like the geometry, we pushed it, but it gives us a good base to start off with. We're just bringing out his eye. We can smooth all this out. And we can also use a scrape brush and kind of scrape his eyelid down so it's not popping out. Just like so. Smooth that out. Like I said, just scrape this all down. Keeping it flat, that's my #1 priority. And you can tell over here with this eye, it's not at the same point as the other eye. If we come in here, start seeing the shape a little bit better. Start moving this around. Okay, we're just trying to get the shape of his eye right here. You know, no real detail, just the shape. And like I was saying with the mouth and the head shape, everything is not on a flat surface. So definitely try to reiterate that when you are creating the eye. Have it have some volume and sphere shape. Don't have it kind of be flat. Take the corners and kind of push them in like so to create kind of a sphere shape on the eye. You can smooth all this out. And like I said, I know it doesn't look beautiful right now, but we'll get to that point where it starts looking a lot neater and cleaner. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we can fix up his nose a little. So let's go to 3, see how his nose is looking, and we can probably just add some of this volume right here to his nose. And the reason his nose is looking pretty weird right now is because probably connected just like so right here. Probably connected at a smaller point, kind of like a tip, how it's connecting to the bridge, and create that bulb right here. And I'm going to use the crease brush to crease these corners out. Okay, awesome. So now you get more of a sense of a barbarian nose from Clash. And you even have from corner to corner, as his eyes are in, right here you have this connection almost from corner to corner. I'll smooth that out though, just a little bit, because I don't want it too noticeable. But you have this connection. If you look at your references, you can kind of see it in great detail. That you have excuse me. that you have that connection from nostril to nostril and eyelid to eyelid. So now I'm just grading the nostrils right here. And from this eyelid down to that eyelid, you can see that connection. So I'm gonna mark this with the crease brush. I'm gonna come all the way down. I'm gonna curl in to where this nostril connects. And I'm gonna kind of pick these out a little. What you could do is you can hit Alt, you can hit Control on your crease brush and create some sharp edges to create the Barbarian's nose a little bit better. And I'll probably use Control to create a sharp edge with the crease brush around his eyelid. Yeah, to get something like that. Okay. Probably create more of a roundish nose. So from the top, I want it to be more roundish. Okay. Just trying to create that bulb. I think we're about right here. I don't think there's not too much more that we can kind of do to his nose. In this stage, obviously we can go in and detail more at the later stages, but right now there's not a lot that we can do at this stage. Okay. So here what we're gonna do is we're going to take our mask tool. We're gonna hit 3 on our keyboard and we're going to copy around where his ear is, you know, copy all of this, and we're gonna get his hair kind of, how his hair kind of aligns with the mesh. So it kind of aligns almost just like that. Okay. Comes down right across here, falls right there. And we can fill all of this in. I'm just drawing with the mask brush on. Then I'm essentially copying the outline we originally had. And I'm doing this for the hair and not the mustache. The mustache we're gonna model out by hand. So I'm just getting his hair ready right now. I use Control to clean this up a little. Just a little bit, nothing crazy. Scale this down, cleaning up some sides. All right, now what we're gonna do is you have to have a Blender add-on to do this, or what you can do is invert this operation and just sculpt on top of it. I'm gonna do it a little extrally. All you have to do is Google extract mask to download the add-on for Blender. It's really easy. It's like a 2-step process. But if you don't have it, you could do Control-I. And you can draw in on his head. So you can sculpt and you can draw in his hair. I'm going to do it by using the extract tool. So I can do extract mask. Now it's going to make it very wacky right now. Let it pop out. It takes a couple seconds just because it's a lot of geometry to extract. So yeah, you can see I made it very wacky. All I'm gonna do is, because it makes it a separate mesh, I'm gonna scale. I'm gonna set this to origin. I'm gonna scale it down inwards just a little bit. Okay, and I'll scale it out just a little to get this, and I'll subdivide it probably. Subdivide smooth. And you can tell over here the geometry, it's all wacky, it's all out of whack, and we're gonna need to clean that up ASAP. So let's turn on Retopology. We have the clay strips, and we're gonna start just adding some geometry in here. It's gonna take a little, but we need to add it for the hair, because the hair / eyebrows is one of the most important parts of the Barbarian. So we can't kind of miss out on one of these important parts of him. So I'm just adding in all this detail underneath here so we can have some geometry to work with when we're creating his sideburns and this whole hair and stuff like that. We'll push in and push out a bunch of the models, like the hair, so it's not sticking out as much after we add the detail. But for right now, I'm just going to be focusing on creating as much detail as I possibly can. So this is a nice thing about extracting it, that it's not part of the mesh anymore. You see how I'm sculpting and I won't sculpt on the ear and stuff like that. That is why, you know, it's very, very nice to use the extract add-on within Blender. Like I said, it's a Google search away. It's very easy to do. It's not hard whatsoever. I'll probably use a scrape tool now, and I'll start scraping on the side just like this. Very subtly though, nothing crazy. And I'll start shaving down his head side. Because if you look at the reference images at his head, it's flat. He has a flat head. Use a grab tool also, and I'll start pushing this in subtly. Okay, and I'll pull these down. I'll pull his hairline kind of all the way down. Okay, awesome. Now we don't want to go into too much detail when creating his hair right now, because we're not really necessarily in that stage to push out all this detail. I'm creating the curve for the back of his hair, how it kind of curves out, trying to kind of replicate that curve right now. And I'll probably I'll sculpt some extra mass right here to make it feel like it's curving out a little more, and then I'll smooth it out. I'll probably do it one more time. I'll sculpt a little extra mass right here, and I'll smooth that out. Okay. So I know it looks really bad right now. It looks like a bowl cut. He doesn't look like a barbarian from Clash Royale for right now, but we're gonna keep on refining it and making it look better until we get kind of a shape that we like. We can use G and push that in a little bit, and we could probably pull this out just a tad like that. We'll hit 1 on the keyboard, start shaping out his head. Now the best way to get like a square shape is to use a scrape brush and have the curve on flat, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna start I'll scale this down a little bit. I'll smooth it out. We're gonna start flattening out the sides of his head just like this. Very roughly. We won't really care too much on how we're doing it. You know, and come down. You can come down to the bottom of it, and you can scrape the bottom of his hair to create that flat look that the barbarian has. And after you scrape it, smooth it. Same with the front of his head. The front of his head, you want to come around and do the same thing. Just come all the way around and scrape it. Same with this side. Scrape that. Keep that flat. And this is kind of replicant to the trim brush in ZBrush. Kind of destroys geometry very quickly, and it flattens things out very nicely. You can see up here, I'm going to start flattening out the top of his head, which is, I think, one of the barbarian's like most distinctive attributes, is like this flat top. And you can see as the shape is starting to get a lot better than what it typically was. The only thing that's kind of missing right now, from general shape at least, obviously detail is missing, but general shape at least, is how his eyebrows are. So what I would do is I'd probably use the grab brush to push this up a little, just like so, and then pull these in. And I'll use a pinch key. Hit P on your keyboard and pinch this in together. I could smooth this out. I can use a scrape brush to scrape these eyebrows in a little. And I'm going to use the clay strips to build up the mass of his eyebrows. So his eyebrows are like connected into his hair. It's pretty weird. It's a pretty weird look, but that's like Clash Royale's kind of barbarian style look, so you can't really fight that if you're trying to replicate it. You don't want to really do your own thing in this case, just because it's such an iconic look for this character that you can't really go off the whim with it. So I'm going to just basically get his eyebrows in here, And then I'll use a scrape tool to like scrape them flat, make them a little bit cleaner. I'll come under here, I'll scrape this out. Scale the scrape down. And I'm just trying to keep the mesh a little bit clean, even though it's not clean right now necessarily. We can do a lot to clean it up. I just don't want it to get too messy to the point where it's like it doesn't even look like a Clash Royale character. Trying to get his head shape a little bit better. I don't want it to be flat in the front. Okay, let's use a scrape brush, scrape that out, and then scrape this out. Okay. Underneath here, I'll probably just do the same. Just like that. And you can see his eyebrows are starting to come a little bit more together. The bottom of his eyebrow isn't the sharpest right now. I'm going to create with the crease brush and hitting control. I'm going to create a sharper edge down here. And then at the top, same thing. I'm going to create a sharper edge and then smooth that out. Okay. All right. Use a grab brush and I'll start pushing these in. And I'll start leveling this out and start bringing in his hair more towards his eyes. Okay. Yeah, the Barbarian's hair is something you can play with a lot. And that I'm not getting into detail because the detail was within the next session. So I don't want to really get into too much detail when we're sculpting his hair as a basis right now. I'm just pulling these out to make his sideburns a little bit thicker, and then I'll bring his sideburns down too. I'll bring them down, I'll smooth that. Bring them down almost to his jaw. I'm matching up his sideburns with his ear. It's very easy stuff. I'm just using one tool right now as a grab tool and just matching things up. Over here you could smooth all this out. Keep it clean. Okay. Now his head does look a little bit flat. Like if we hit 3, towards the side, it's not as even as I would want it to be. I would probably bring it up a little more, just like this. I'd push this in too. And I'd probably push this in a little bit. Nothing crazy. Start bringing this brow bone down. Kind of make it a little more aggressive because this tends to go straight from his sideburns straight to his head. It's like almost like a cap. So it tends to go pretty straight, and I'm trying to create that illusion right now. I'm going to start pushing these in here. Okay. Alright, I think for right now, his head is back here. I just pulled that out. For right now, I think that's pretty good for his hair. We got to fix up the eyebrows a little bit. Maybe thicken them up towards the top. But for his head, that's pretty good. Now for his mustache, what we're going to do is we're going to create a cube. I'm going to scale this cube down. We're going to add a cut right towards the middle. And we're going to delete half the cut. So we'll hit B, take half of it, and then we'll hit X and delete faces only. Okay, now we'll create a mirror modifier. Apply clipping to it. And we're going to model out, let's hit 3 on our keyboard. We're going to model out like a mustache for this character. So bring it in right here. Okay, we'll take this face, bring it out right around there. Hit 3. 1. We'll extrude outwards. We'll rotate it to the Y. I'm not focusing on pulling this to his face. I'm just focusing on the general shape. Extrude. Again. And then we'll rotate that again to the Y. Take this, thicken that up. And the reason why I'm not focusing too much on the shape is because I know we're going to be sculpting this. So I'm not really focusing on like views or anything like that, because I know this will all be sculpted in. And, you know, we'll fix all of it up. So turn proportional editing on, and I'll just pull this in. Pull that. Probably widen this up just a little bit. Okay, I think that's pretty good for what we have right now. For a basic sculpt, I mean. So we can apply this, and I would probably subdivide this a couple times just to keep it a little bit cleaner. I'll smooth it out, and then I'll go back into sculpt mode. I'll turn on dyno topology, and we're gonna start having to sculpt this guy to put in some geometry in him, so you can it could kind of look like the rest of the mesh, so it doesn't look out of place. And this is something we wouldn't really necessarily want attached to his body. We would want to keep stuff like this separate usually. I'm just trying to get all the detail in. So if we hit 3 Z G to go to grab, we can start mapping stuff like this out. It's just starting to move the mustache and make it look a little bit better. And we gotta start pulling this in and pushing it in, like so. And we could probably pull this down to around right there. Okay. So now I'm just gonna add a couple more strokes with the clay strips brush. Make it a little bit thinner, because I do feel like it is a little bit too thick at the top. So I'm using control right now to take away geometry, opposed to adding. And I'll probably curve this out a little more down. Like I said, I'm typically looking at the reference when I'm doing this. It's not coming off the top of my head. Like, you know, I look at the reference, see how the reference kind of goes about it, and then I'll kind of create my own interpretation of it. So I'm gonna use a scrape brush to scrape this down, make it a little bit flatter. Scrape this side, flatten that out. Scrape that, flatten that out. I'll scale my scrape brush down, come up towards the top. I'll flatten that out. And you can see we're getting like a nice little mustache shape as for our character. All I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring it down towards the bottom of his lip. So with the grab brush, you can see I'm just gonna bring it down a little bit. And if I hit 3, I can see that it's not sticking out towards the top of his lip too well. So I'm gonna just push that out. Okay. If you want, you can curve this a little bit more, but I think for right now, I know that how his mustache ends. It's like a weird way, so I'm trying to kind of replicate the way it ends just by looking at reference images. It ends at like a tip like that, and I'm just trying to replicate that right now. Just pushing this in. Just like so. I use a scrape brush, scale this down, scrape all this up. Okay. And I think that's good for the mustache right now. Okay, so now what we'll be doing is probably creating the belt for the character. So I'll use a cylinder. I'll take off both of these sides. I'll scale this down. I'll scale it up. I'll add a shrink wrap modifier. I'll pick this, but keep above surface. Scale this down and then take the offset just a little bit above. Okay, now I have to kind of guide how this is gonna look. I'm gonna scale it up on the Y, scale it up on the X, scale it down on the Z. I'm just kind of matching where the belt would kind of generally fall. Okay. Not looking too hot. So we're gonna add a solidify modifier. We're gonna increase the thickness outwards to something like that. And it looks very rough, so we're gonna apply both of these. We're gonna subdivide it and subdivide it one more time. We're gonna take it into sculpt mode, turn on and turn on that. Now we're gonna start sculpting this to make it a little bit cleaner than what it currently is. Actually, before we do that, I'm gonna hit Control A, rotation and scale, lock both of those. And you could go back in and we can start sculpting. So if you change an object like a cylinder, like to that much, you saw how I stretched it out and I changed it a lot. If you're changing it that much, you have to make sure you go back and lock the rotation and scale values. Let's hit 5 to go into orthographic view. You can see we need to pull this down a bit to match up with what we're doing. Go to the 3, and this needs to get pulled up a lot. So his kilt is kind of gonna go back there, underneath there where we're pulling up. So like right around there his kilt will go. I'm just gonna add some more geometry to the bottom of this and kind of go around and keep adding, smoothing it out. Okay, now I'll use these. Oh, I pushed that in way too much. I'll use a scrape brush and I'll come around and I'll start scraping out and making it look a little bit smoother and cleaner. And I'll come along these edges and create a surface that kind of I like. It could kind of fit the Barbarian's belt. And we're not gonna, like I said, we're not detailing anything in this part because we definitely do need to go in and detail his belt because there's a piece of his belt that's kind of sticking out and we need to, you know, detail that in. But for this part, we're just trying to get the overall belt placement in. We're not really worrying too much about how it's gonna look. Okay, so you can see I'm gonna push these in. Starting to level these out a little bit. Hit 3 on my keyboard. Hit Z. Okay, push that in. And I'm just moving objects around now. Nothing crazy. Kind of getting it to the right place. And then once I get it to like a correct place that I want, I'll probably use the pinch tool right after this to straighten up all the lines and stuff that we created that we want to keep straight. So if we want this to kind of straighten up, we'd use a pinch brush and then we'd go over. You can see how it starts straightening this belt line just by going over this with the pinch brush. And if you do it on the bottom, it'll do the same thing. And you'll create this nice line, that nice straight line, kind of how a belt should look like. And then you can just keep going over it and reiterating it. Oh, alright, let me change to the grab brush now. I'm just moving these things around to kind of thicken and loosen it up a little bit. Scale this in. Okay. Let's go back here. Let's go into sculpt mode again. Over here, I'm going to push this inwards. Same with this. I'll push this inwards. Okay. That looks about right, I would say. Now we got to kind of get the kilt going on. I'm just creating thicker sides on the edge. Like so. All right, cool. So now we got to create some sort of kilt that you know falls down just like how he has his. So how we would do that is kind of the same thing on how we created the belt. Is we would create a cylinder with, you know, we can keep it with 32 sides right now. Delete the bottom and top faces. Okay, I can scale this down. Just like that, and we're gonna map it out just like how we mapped out the belt. Map it out just like so. Let's just change for really quick the user preferences. I'm gonna take emulate 3-button mouse off, so I could select this whole thing, and I can start moving these things around. Bring this down. And I just want a rough guide on where it's going to be. I don't really need an exact guide on where it's going to be. I just want it roughly placed where it's going to be. Because like I said, since we're going to be taking it into modeling, my words are all over the place today. We don't really need it to be perfect. So when we sculpt things around, we can move them pretty easily. We need a general shape, which I think is good right around here. Smooth that out. Could subdivide this really quick. Hit 1 on the keyboard. That should be good. All we need to do now is add a solidify modifier and then bring in the thickness, and then apply that, and then that should be good. And we could fix out the rest of this. So if we go to sculpt mode now, turn on Retopology, clay strips, and now we can start texturing this guy right here. We got to go back to user preferences and turn on emulate 3-button mouse, so we can start texturing this a little bit better. And all I'm doing here is I'm creating a topology for this guy now. Probably go all around here. Even on the inner parts, create kind of topology going around. If you want, you can hit the backspace, not the backspace, the back brackets key, backslash key, if you want to focus in on your mesh only. The only problem with that is it tends to get a little frustrating, because if you come back, you know, you want to make sure it's looking good on your mesh. So it's like a lot of back and forth you're gonna have to be doing. Okay, you can see right now I'm just kind of building up some shape to fit in here. I'll hit 1. We're gonna have to be pushing in some values to fit this a little bit better. How his kilt is kind of shaped out. Pushing in some values towards the side, just like that. Now I'm going to take symmetry off here. Just because it is messing it up just a little bit. And is causing it to be a little worse than what we need it to be. I'm going to hit 3 on our keyboard, and I'm going to start pushing these up. Both of these, and I'm going to start pulling these down just a little bit. Okay. And we're just gonna smooth the rest of this out. And we're, like I said, we're creating a base. We're not creating something that's supposed to be like the top level line of our model yet. One quick thing I'm gonna readjust is you can start telling his legs are way too thick right now. So if I hit backslash and I hit Alt M to get rid of all of these, I'm gonna start trimming down his legs a lot. Just because, let me turn on symmetry too. Just because it's starting, you can start feeling that it's getting in the way of how the mesh is kind of being created. So just a little, nothing crazy. Because we already have the usage of what we need it for. We created this base mesh in order for us to, this base sculpt in order for us to get the geometry kind of right. But now since we already have what we need, we don't really need the legs anymore. Alright. Now we can come back in here. I turn symmetry off again just because this is cloth and you don't really need symmetry for cloth. Okay. It's looking pretty nice. Use a grab tool right here. Towards this edge of his kilt. I'll probably push this upwards and smooth and push this upwards. Smooth this. And we can use a Boolean tool right now, but this is much faster to do. You just take the pinch these in, create as a crease. Now we can use a grab again and pull this inwards, and then go back to the pinch and then pinch these in to create like that kind of rip in his kilt. Let's go back to G. Push these values out, smooth that out. Same with this side, push those values out, smooth them out. And it depends on what you want to create. Like over here, I'm just starting to create some different kind of cuts in this kilt, which I don't think are exactly correct, like proportionate and exactly 100% to the source material, but I'm just pulling things down, making them look a little bit cleaner and nicer for his kilt. And we're not finished at all with it, but you want to get a nice general base on how it's going to look. Let's use a scrape tool to get rid of all of this. Hit 1 on our keyboard, G. And bring down just a little bit to have a nice curve. Okay. Scale this down. And we're gonna make one more cut. So let's push these inwards with the grab tool. Smooth that out, push this in. Use the clay strips. Like I said, the Boolean tool would be a little messy. If I had the time to sit here and kind of perfect how I want it, I would probably use the Boolean tool. But it would get a little messy, like I was saying. So that's why I'm kind of just doing it this way to kind of assure that it won't, we won't mess up, which is the last thing we want to do in a tutorial to create a high fidelity character in a short amount of time from A to Z essentially. So I don't really want too many mess ups. That's why I'm kind of trying to take a couple shortcuts so we don't mess up. Because if we do mess up and we have to go back and create something, or if we take too much time on creating like a cut in his kilt, it's just going to end up not looking good at the end because we're not going to have enough time to create it. So that's it for his kilt. That's it for his, well, the belt we still have to create a couple more things. But his kilt, his hair, his mustache. So we need to create his wrist wrap for his hands. And how we're going to do that is we're going to do that by using the mask tool. Come over here. Let's go back to sculpt mode. And let's mask out all of this right here. Okay. Mask out all of this. Just like that. Probably trim this a little. Okay. So what we're going to do now is click Sculpt, Extract Mask. Should take a second. Okay, we'll get something that looks like this. We can click Alt-M to remove that mask underneath it. Okay, you can set this to the origin of the geometry. So set origin to geometry. We can hit the backslash key. We can start gauging how this is going to look. So you can tell this is a little out of whack right now. Let's inflate this. Let's see if we can kind of fix this geometry a little bit. Smooth this all out. And then inflate this. Because you don't want, that geometry is really, really messed up. And we don't want to build on top of that messed up geometry. So that's why before I turned on Retopology, I wanted to kind of fix that first. We don't want any manifolds or stuff like that on our mesh. So fix that first. I'm going to just sculpt out, and over here, gotta smooth that out. I'm just going to sculpt out some geometry right here. And then we're going to go in and size it up. Smooth all that out. We're going to go in and size it up after to fit where his wrist will be. So there's no mess ups. I think this is around good enough to kind of scale. I think everywhere inside of it has good topology. Not topology, good geometry, so we can sculpt on it. So from right here, what we're going to be doing is, let's hit the backslash again. We're going to scale it. Scale it inwards just a little. And then scale it out on the x-axis. Just like that. Okay. So it does look a little bit messed up. You can tell right now. It is a little bit messed up, but what we're going to be doing is just the same thing like what we did with the hairs, where we created this rough mesh, and we're going to just pull out and stuff like that and create a cleaner mesh that fits the character a lot better. Now you could have sat there and created a cylinder, kind of like what we did with the belt almost, and went around and wrapped around that. Like his wrists and stuff, but this way is a little bit easier for me at least. So that's why I kind of went for doing it this way. And we're going to just complete this really quick and then go into, hit backslash to kind of zoom into this only. And then we'll duplicate this or mirror it for the other side. I'm using the scrape tool to flatten out the sides right here, which is very important. So if I hit backslash, looking at how it's looking, it's very important to look at how it is and then kind of adjust it to fix how it looks on the model. And we don't want it to be like sticking out too much on the model. Kind of want it to be more towards his skin. Like we don't want it to be sticking out too much. So we're going to be scraping all of this down. We'll hit backslash now, go on the other side and use the scrape brush and go around and flatten this side out also. Okay, over here, flatten this out. Hit backslash again. Use a grab brush to pull these out. Okay. Got a nice clean model right now. Okay, so this is the, I'm just gonna smooth this, scrape this one more time. So this is the wrist side without the spikes or anything like that. We still gotta create spikes around it to make it a little bit cleaner and neater, and you know, obviously how it looks in the reference image. But besides that, it's looking pretty clean and pretty nice. Not the most even. I have to come in here and kind of even this out. But for the base, it's looking pretty nice. All we have to do is go in now and create, you know, spikes on this guy. And that's pretty much it for this at least. Take the crease brush and I'll crease outwards on the edge. Create that like outer rim. Just like that. And same thing with this side. Crease towards the edge and create that outer rim. And then we're going to use a pinch brush to kind of align all of these together now. So hit P on your keyboard to get pinch and then kind of straighten out this entire line right here. Okay. Same with the other side. Use it to straighten that out. I'll just basically go over and over and over until it straightens out into like a clean line for every part of the wrist. Alright. Smooth that all out. Okay, so we just duplicated it to the other side, and we got the general shape of his wristbands and his kilt and his belt. All we need to do now is kind of create the detail and like the finishing touches to this guy, and then he'll be ready to actually go in and start retopologizing and UV unwrapping and stuff like that. So thank you guys so much for watching this session. In session 3, we're going to be getting into finer details and finishing up this mesh. Thank you guys so much for watching, and like always, have a good one.
Hey there guys, my name is Steven Vidian and welcome back to session 3 of this tutorial series. So in this session we're going to be actually focusing on creating all the detail for this mesh and kind of finishing them up. Before we get into creating the detail and such, we're going to be kind of finishing up all the things that belong on this character. So from the reference image you can tell that this guy has spikes kind of going around his wristbands. So what we're going to do is create a cone with 4 sides. We're going to scale this down. Okay, just like this in the middle. Alright, we're going to create these cones as his spikes. So I probably wouldn't make them too big, just because I feel like it would be a little distracting to look at. So I'll probably make them around this size. So I'll duplicate it, I'll bring it down, and I'll rotate it on the x-axis just a tad bit. And I'll probably put it down to around right here. Rotate a little more. And right there should be around good. Okay, I'll duplicate it again. I'll rotate both of these on the x-axis and I'll bring them down more. I'll rotate both of them again. I'll bring them down. And I'll push them up here and I'll start getting these 2 on the bottom, essentially. Rotate it on the X again
And it's just basically moving around and playing with values until it gets in there correctly. That should be right around good. And I think 2 more and it should be done. So if I take 2 more, I duplicate them, I rotate them on the X, and this should be the rest of his spikes on his hand. Just like so. I just gotta level it up to a good spot. Maybe something like that. And that should be good. And then we can take all these and join them together. Over here you can see you can adjust this a little bit, rotate on the X and then push it in. Just a little bit. Let me see anywhere else. That seems like that's the only one that was having some issues right there. So take these, we can take them and join them. And you can easily just duplicate this and move it to the new one. So right there. And you can have them placed right there. And you can join both of these together. Join both of these together and then you can smooth it if you want. And now you have these spikes for his hand, which is pretty cool. Now what we're going to do is we're going to hide. Let's bring this down. We're going to hide all of this. We're going to hit 1 on our keyboard and we're going to create, by pulling out a cube, we're going to create this right here. Okay, so this piece that's, let's take off our emulate 3-button mouse. We're going to create this piece that's kind of underneath, on top of the belt right here. So actually before I do this, before I do anything, let's create a mirror. So create a line in the half of it and then delete the other half and put a mirror modifier on this guy. And you could turn clipping on. So we only have to do kind of half the work, essentially. So we'll pull this down, we'll pull these to the right a little bit. Start getting the shape of this shield icon that's on him. Okay. And if you want to create it as a higher poly shape, you can just add more vertices to create this softer look. Right around here. Creating a softer look, and then towards the middle I'll probably create these to create that edge to be a little softer, and then we'll hit 3 and we'll line it up to where it typically is, so right around there. And we need to create this part right here, so let's scale this all down on the Y to make it a little bit thinner, and then this part up here, we just need to extrude these 2 faces. Need to extrude them up and then scale them down on the X, just like that. And then you can probably move this, if you hit G twice, you can move this down a little bit to soft that corner. Same with these corners. Just if you hit G twice, put 1 here, 1 there. And if you hit G twice, you can soft that corner a little bit. Okay, so right now I'm going to select all these faces and we got to inset this. Hit I to extrude. Let's extrude this actually. Extrude by hitting E and then scale down to right around there. Okay, and then you can extrude inwards just like that. And you can smooth this out, and then we'll add a couple of lines to create a little bit harsher towards the edges like this, so it sticks out a little bit more, just like that. Awesome. It's looking nice. Let's apply this and then set this to the origin of the geometry, and then we can hit we can uncheck all of these. Don't need those. And then we can see how it's looking right here. Move this in and then rotate it on the X. Kind of push out right there. Now we can scale it down if we need to, but I think that's good. That's about right. Let me just keep it flat really quick. The only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a UV sphere, and I'm going to delete half of the sphere. So I'm going to come over here, hit Z, click B, and then delete half. And I'm going to come bring this UV sphere down, rotate it on the X 90 degrees, and I'm going to use this as the beads for his shield. So he has 5 beads that are kind of like right here. They all kind of share the same space, and then he has another bead that goes down right around here. Scale that in a little, maybe push that in, smooth all of these, and he has one last one that's in the center at the bottom. I think that's about right. I'll probably move these a little bit. To about right there. I'll move this out, and I'll move this out. Okay, so these are all a group. That is a group. We could just merge these together, honestly. So join those. So you have this as a group as his shield. You have his belt, his body, his things on his those pointy things, those spikes, I guess. I don't know why he has spikes on his wrist pads or wristbands, but he does. The last thing we need to do before we get into sculpting detail is his sandals. So scale these down, and we start following this line for his sandal. It's really easy to do. Okay, so take this back face, pull it back. Take this front face, pull it forward. Hit 1 on the keyboard. Start shaping it out to look like his sandal. Put 3 edges here. Take the bottom one and pull it down. And just mapping it up to match how this sandal is going to kind of look. Is all we're trying to do right now. Okay. For sandal, the back, all I'm going to do is I'm going to take 2 edges, 2 vertexes, and use the proportional editing tool to kind of give it a curve towards the back. And then I'm going to take proportional editing off now by hitting O again. And I'll push all these back to around right there. Okay. Same with the front. It's kind of curved, not as curved as the back. So turn proportional editing on, kind of just push it out a little, and then turn it off and bring it back. Let's check how it's going to look. Bring it back right around there. Okay. So push these up to around where his feet are. I'll bring these in. Scale them in on the x-axis. Alrighty, so I'll hit 3 on the keyboard again. I'm gonna add a cut right here and a cut right here, and those are for the wraps. Actually, I'm gonna pull these out because his foot is getting a little too tight in his sandals. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna hit the / key. We're going to take these that curve all the way around, right? Just like that. We're going to duplicate these. Now we can hit, actually we'll keep them as is. Actually, no, let's separate them. We'll hit separate by selection. Okay, now you get the / key again. Okay, so you can bring these up right towards his foot. And we're going to take these edges and we're going to pull these down to right around there. We're going to start adding some edge loops around here to kind of get his sandal a little bit cleaner. I'm going to have to move some things around, push some values around to kind of get it a little bit better than how it is right now. Probably rotate this just a little on the x-axis, just a little bit, nothing crazy. Yeah, and keep on playing with this right now, just to get it to the point where it feels comfortable. It looks like the sandal that he's wearing almost. They're pretty simple, the ones that he's wearing. I'm going to solidify this, so I'm going to use a solidify modifier and enhance the thickness. Actually, you know what? I think if we just, let's try extruding it. I think if we just extrude up and then extrude it on the x-axis, just like that, it should be fine without any problems. And then we can just smooth this. And we just push this in here and then push this in here. Okay. Just moving these edges in a little bit more just to make it a little bit nicer. Just like that. All right. Let's smooth this out. I'm gonna hit Control A, rotation and scale, and I'll join these two together. I'm gonna flip the normals because the normals got flipped when we merged. Oh, actually no, they didn't. Flip the normals on that one. Rotation and scale. Sorry. Okay. So now I'm just mapping this out to fit his foot a little bit better, so it doesn't look weird. And I think that should be about good for it right now. I don't want to really take too much time on the sandal. You know, if you were making this for a piece of yours, portfolio piece, then yeah, I would say take like a bunch of time on the sandal. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to show you guys how to create the whole character very, very quickly and very efficiently. So I don't want to take the whole time creating a sandal, basically. You know what I mean? So I'm going to SX -1 to flip that. So it flips on the opposite foot, and this will probably flip the normals. Okay. So you have his little flippers. And now we can actually start getting into the fun stuff. So we can start getting into sculpting his nose, his face, his eyes, stuff like that. That tend to be a little bit more fun when you are sculpting. So let's click on his body. Let's go to sculpt mode. And then we're going to have to go user preferences, emulate 3-button mouse so we can swivel around a little bit better. And let's turn on Retopology to add a couple more polygons. So we're gonna be doing a little more detail. We're gonna turn smooth shading on because we're at that point where detail matters. Let's just see. Let's turn symmetry on too. Okay. I just want to see how he's going to look with everything, so that's why I'm going to turn this back on. Okay, for his ear, we're just going to kind of push this out a little bit, and then bring this out right here. Keep it very simple and stylish. You don't want to do too much for his ear for this video, just because it's very simple character. Now, if you want to emulate exactly how he is, go and check the reference out and look at everything and how it's done. And take your time. Don't try to finish it in like a couple hours like I'm trying to do. Take your time and try to actually focus in. Like I was saying, the creators of these assets, they take months upon months to create them. It's not like a a short thing like over a couple days. It takes them a long time to get the concept art ready. From there, go on creating the sculpt, and then from there, retopologizing it and stuff. That takes a long time. I'm doing it at an accelerated rate for us, just so we can kind of see how it is, the process is. But say for this sculpting process, I would take much more time doing it than what I have right now doing it. So. Alright, so I'm gonna create like some bags coming down his eyes. Okay. Comes into his nose like this a little. Probably pull his nose down just a tad bit. Just like that. Pull it down, pull it down. Okay. Push his eyes in a little. And I'll start using the clay strips to smooth all this out. Let's turn off Retopology for his face because we don't need really too much detail on his face. We can kind of use the detail we already packed on. And I'm just creating this puffiness around his eye. Trying to get this sphere shape that's going around his eye pretty well. Okay. And this is just looking at reference at this point and kind of just picking up certain things that you notice in the mesh, and you just work off that. There's not too much basic shape we have to do left. This is more so creating the detail. Just finding certain things, and from there you create the look-alike basically. If you see he has bags coming down his eye, you create those bags. If you see his nose is kind of thicker and wider and towards the top, I can see right here, his nose comes more in this way, but it's wider this way. You know, you fix those things up. You just focus on the detail on this stage, and you don't really focus on adding too much mass and form, because that was what we did in the beginning. We focus on adding the mass and form, but over here we just want to focus on little things to make it look a little better. Because to add like a lot of form towards the end is a lot harder than fixing, like tweaking a couple things like the size of his nose and stuff like that. It's a lot harder to do. Use control and kind of pick that out right there. And smooth. And then I'll probably pick that out just like so. Trying to get his eye, which they don't really have eyelids too much, but I'm just trying to get a general shape of it and smoothing it out. Their eyelids are very faint on how they're done, so I just want a kind of basic shape so I can draw these bags that are coming from the ridge of his nose down towards his cheek. I'll probably move the eye shape around too, so like the shape of his eye, I'll probably emphasize it a little more. Just like that. I think that's more Clash Royale like. I need to fix this eye over here. And it doesn't look like it's fit right now, and I'm just kind of moving it around just to see if I can get it like in the right spot. I'll probably move it a little more to the side, and I think that's about right. Okay, let's go back to sculpt mode. And like, let's keep Retopology off, and let's just keep on, you know, messing around with his face and stuff like that. So you would generally want to create a mouth box too, but like I said, just for the sake of this video time, we didn't, just because we wouldn't have the time for creating something like that. So we focus more on other things, like creating, you know, his chest, the muscles, all the anatomy. You can see his shoulders and stuff are looking really good. His back, his scapula is looking very nice. The muscles in his traps. I think we did make him a little too jacked. We did probably get a little lost in the anatomy of creating him, but it's kind of like our own variation, I guess, of him. Start smoothing this out. And I'll start adding these abs, but then, like I said, you don't want his abs to pop. You want them to be very, very subtle. So I'm going to just, you know, go in and use the crease tool to push these out. You know, kind of sculpt them in just like so. Just like that. And then use the opposite, so control with the crease to push them out just a little bit. Make the abs look like they're popping just a little bit, nothing crazy. Then towards the side of the chest, I'll make it pop just like that. Let's hit the backslash key so we can see a little better. And let's create a couple more details right here. We're going to turn Dino Topo on for this part. Give it a second to kick up, just to add some topology towards his abdomen area, just because it is getting a little too low, and you can start seeing it's getting harder to work with. Just adding some geometry right here. Go with the crease tool, crease this bottom ab, flatten this out, and then come in and pop this ridge out right here. Flatten these. You don't want anything too harsh, so that's why I create the detail and I go over and I use the shift key to flatten everything out after I do it, so nothing kind of is too harsh and like too out there, which is essentially what I want. Push this in. Same with the bicep. I don't want the bicep cuts to be too harsh, and the shoulder. Towards his tricep also. Probably build up some mass right here. And I'll smooth this out. Same with over here into his shoulder. I'll build up some bicep mass. Smooth this out. This is more anatomically correct, I guess, for a Clash Royale character. But if we're replicating it, you want to smooth these edges out and make sure it looks quality and there's not a lot of noise. So yeah, I could probably go in here and create like the smoothness and going over and refining things probably for like a day or two of just basically working with it and creating certain things and making them smoother and stuff like that to create like a high fidelity asset. But in this case, I'm just trying to get the general shapes of it down so we can finish up and, you know, wrap this part of the video up so we can retopo him, create the whole kind of asset opposed to just one piece of it. So you can see it's starting to come together very swell. Only shave that down just a little bit. And I'm using the clay strips right now and just going over and over and over with these. Probably shrink his face in just a little bit. Oh, I messed that up. I accidentally moved his eye down. Okay. Just because I feel like his face is starting to look like Thanos. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take Dino Topo off because it's very hard to move objects when your Dino topology is off. His face is starting to look a little like Thanos, so I don't want that, obviously. You don't want his face to look that harsh. So we're gonna kind of narrow it in and see how much work we have to do to fix the rest of it, because when you do something like that, you're moving the face in, like all the hair and the mustache and stuff like that will get a little placed off. So let's see how much we messed up. Not too much, I would say. I'm gonna keep his feet like that. I'm not gonna create toes. I'll probably just, you know, continue on focusing on his face right now, smoothing around the eyes. You want to get rid of all the noise you can when you're creating this. You don't want you want it to be very flat and very clean looking when you're creating a supercell-like character. That is the biggest thing I can go about saying is, you know, try to create it to where it looks as noiseless as possible. And noise means like kind of roughness. Like there's no roughness when there's no noise. Alright. Just smoothing out his face. Smoothing out these edges. Maybe coming in and getting some deeper creases right here. Nothing crazy. You can get very crisp. You have to be very precise, and it's basically like AAA quality what they do. They essentially are doing AAA quality with their work. So you have to, every stroke you do, you have to kind of be precise with it. Supercell is a prestigious company that has a zero tolerance for creating bad quality assets. So there's no room for kind of any sort of failure when you are creating assets that's supposed to look like a supercell asset. So you can just tell him over here, I'm smoothing things out, you know, smoothing his legs out, smoothing these out, keeping it very soft, not too many harsh, rough edges. Go into his fingers now and start adding some geometry in here. And let's get in there. And we need to finish around here the part of, I'm gonna start smoothing his fingers out just like this. We need to, around here, start finishing the part where we are finishing up with the entire sculpt. You don't want to seep into the next session, because in the next session we're going to start going over retopology, which is basically, it's not really fun, I would say. It's not one of the funner parts of creating meshes, like models and stuff like that, if you're a character artist or environmental artist. But it's crucial to the process when you are creating. So it's a step you can't necessarily skip. If you're trying to create a pipeline piece of art, you kind of have to go through doing some sort of retopology when you are creating a mesh. So everyone has to do it. There's no real like escape plan for it. So that's something we're going to be going over. And it basically just allows you to take this higher resolution mesh that we're doing right now and use it in a lower poly, use the detail in a lower poly one. And like I said, fingertips, stuff like this can take their own days sometimes, so like I can't be wasting too much time on it. But you can see, if you want to create the fidelity and the quality, that it's just time. You just got to put in, once you learn the fundamentals, after that it's just creating, it's just the time it takes to create it. Some things take more time than others. The more time you put into a mesh, typically the better it's going to start looking. It's very hard for you to put, if you know what you're doing, it's very hard for you to put a lot of time into something and it come out like looking really bad. Typically. I mean, it's happened before, obviously, but just putting in, I'm just using control to push these down. For the nails, I'm creating some sort of sense of knuckles. Towards the top of his hand, I'm going to start pulling out these knuckles right here. I'm pretty sure even in Clash Royale characters, they have some sort of knuckle. Okay, smooth all these out. Yeah, you can take as much time as you want if you're at home. I'm just showing you the basic steps on how to go about it. So like you can pause the video or you can finish a video with me and kind of stop where I do the hands, and then when I move on to the hands, if you feel like, oh, I need to put more detail in it, stop the video and then, you know, go on and do your hands to make it look a little bit better. Okay, so we'll hit backslash. Come over here. It's looking pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Let's go to object mode. Just got to probably refine the hair. See how we're doing with time. Now we're doing very good with time. Okay. And we're just gonna start sculpting in right here. I'm gonna turn Dino Topo off right now. I'm gonna go to my scrape brush. One of my most used brushes. Come over here. Get along. Let's hit the backspace key right here. You can tell all up in here this is no bueno. So okay. Coming over here, and we're creating this flat look around. Everywhere where his sideburns you can see. So the thickness of his hair, we're creating that flat look with the scrape brush. We're smoothing it out. We're creating it and we're smoothing it out. Just like so. Now what we can do is use a crease brush now and crease these lines to make them very harsh and sharp. And you already know what we're going to do after this. We're going to take the pinch brush then after and definitely make them very sharp looking. So we're going down, kind of following this up, and then we'll take, by hitting P, the pinch brush, and then go over all of this. Create a nice finite line that we can use. Okay. Yeah, they make the hair in this game basically look like a helmet almost. It's basically glued to the head, and it's their shape, I guess for the barbaric shape, they make it shaped like a helmet. Which is kind of cool, I guess. That's their style. Push these eyebrows up a little bit more. Okay. Just drawing more shape for the eyebrows right here. Kind of thickening them out a little more. Now you can turn Dino Topology on right now if you want to get in a couple more polygons. As you can tell right now, it's starting to slack a little. And we need a couple more polygons, but I'm trying to get the shape a little bit better right now. So if I hit the backspace key, let's see how this is looking now. Delete this right here. Smooth all this in. Use a scrape. Start scraping this in right here. Smooth all of this out essentially. Okay. Just use a scrape brush to kind of clean. Yeah, Clash Royale, they definitely, Supercell, I mean, they definitely use like ZBrush and those kind of softwares to sculpt their characters. And you can definitely tell when they're creating their characters. The characters look very, very clean all the time and very, very nice looking too. So crisp characters they tend to make. Very crisp and clean looking characters. Just kind of pumping up the top of his head a little to keep it a little more round shape. And I think that's it for his hair. I'll use a crease brush one last time on his head. Going all the way around. Just like so. And that should be it for his head. Use a pinch to just follow this around. Kind of like a flat top almost. Okay. Now it's starting to look more and more like the Barbarian from Clash Royale. The last piece I'll probably do is I'll come in here and I'll turn on sculpt mode, turn on Retopology, and I'll come in here because he has a scratch right here. I'll turn my curves up, turn into something like this. Have to turn on X off, symmetry. Come in here, create this scratch. Okay, just like that. And then over here, I'll create another scratch. Oh, I think I went up a little too much. Go down. All right, over here, I'll create another scratch. Scale this up a little. I'll use a crease brush to kind of push these in, kind of deepen them. And then the pinch to kind of make them like closer together. And you could smooth this out on the side. If you want, you can come in here and, create ridges like that to make it a little bit like more realistic. But I think I'll go more towards the texturing side and just texture the corners in and stuff like that, because this will be applied onto a normal map. So this will read within, Substance Painter or 3D Coat or whatever software you want to use when you're creating these textures. Just creating this separate ridge right here to make it pop out a little bit more. And now I can just smooth all this out. Okay, so now you have the cut in there. You have pieces of metal like that are rusted towards the side and stuff. If you want to go in and create that, like the metal, some of the metal on the Barbarian shield does look like this. And then you could take the crease brush and create a crease right here. You could take the scrape brush and scrape all of this up. Probably scrape this too, if you want. This is all optional. If you want to go in and create all this different kind of detail here, if you want to kind of wear out the edges over here, create certain types of detail. This is kind of where the couple the one whole month of creating an asset comes from. It comes from, you know, being able to have the time to create all these different kind of details within your mesh. So you can see over here, I'm going to probably just wear these out a little. Towards the side of this, I'll wear it out. Okay, maybe I'll wear this side out. I'll wear this out maybe a little. Scale this down, and that should be about it for the shield. I think we wore it out enough. Kind of over wore it out probably. Use a crease brush to kind of pop these in a little and show the cuts, just like so. You can kind of see everywhere it's kind of worn off. Okay, so that's that for that. The belt is good. The sandals are pretty good. His hair is good. His fingers are okay. I would say the last thing we need to do is probably go into these kilt, which is right here. I'll probably smooth out all of this too before we take it into Substance to take the normals out. I'll probably smooth all of it before I go into Substance Painter. So the last part is probably the kilt, and with the kilt we'll probably just add some extra details in here to make it a little bit nicer. Maybe some bags, not baguettes. What is that? That's not even a word. Some bags that are maybe coming down across here, so you get some variation. And you can add this with the texture, but it's just a lot easier to just basically roughly put it in, I think, at least. And this is not something you would want to use necessarily Marvelous Designer or something for, just because it's such an easy piece of fabric to do. So you wouldn't want to go in and use Marvelous. Just get some different kind of shapes going in. Just like that. It's very easy to do. You know, nothing crazy. It's a very kiddie styled game. So you're not doing like these crazy folds and stuff for his kilt or whatever. Just some simple generic stuff. Maybe some folds that are going across it, just like that or something. And then let's hit backspace to kind of get just this out of our own. And then you can smooth all this out and then start creating. That. Okay. Hit backspace again. Let's take the when you're creating folds and such, you want to work at relatively higher polygon counts, because these are creases essentially, and you want to be able to kind of cut into the geometry very cleanly. You don't want big chunks of geometry there. So I'll be working with something relatively lower, around 4 on our dyno topology. I'm using the crease tool by hitting Control. Just something kind of like this as I'm going down. And another very, very helpful thing is to obviously, like always, look at reference. So when you're in here creating, you want to look at any sort of reference of either the exact barbarian you're creating, or probably in realist terms, because if you're going to be working for, say, like a studio or something along that lines, you're not going to be creating our barbarian that's already there. You'll typically be working off maybe a concept art, or if you're working in an indie game studio, maybe your own art. So definitely look at like real life stuff, like real life clothes and things like that. See how things fold. Get a general idea how it's gonna look. Right now we are kind of privileged because we do have a reference. I have a reference on the screen. On my other monitor, I have a reference kind of as my orthographic view. So if I hit 3, hit 5, I can see my reference almost at all times. So we're kind of basically privileged in that aspect, and we don't really have to worry about how it's gonna really look too much, because we have a orthographic view and everything at our disposal at all times. So helps a lot, like more than people typically expect, because people typically expect having a reference to help, but not as much as when you're there and you're actually looking at it. It's almost like it's hard. I can't even work without a reference sometimes. So that should show how good a reference is. You know, the fact that I can't even like necessarily like work without it. You can just see now I'm getting into finer lines. I'm coming in here and I'm creating like these finer lines that, you know, crease off just like this. Create something along the lines of this. And I'll smooth this all out, just like I was saying, Supercell with the noise. You don't really want to have too much happening. If this was gonna go into the game or something like that, just because, excuse me, sorry, just because it is so low, like far viewed from the screen, that it's like there's no way you'll be able to see, you know, all this detail we're putting into like a kilt and stuff like that. Like it's almost impossible, honestly. So okay, probably just move this now. Move this, bam, bam, bam. Probably, all in all, Clash Royale, I'll probably call this as is. There's a couple more things I would probably like to do, not gonna lie. Like maybe focus more on I would like to focus more on this kilt. Probably I would like to focus so much more on the belt, the actual belt buckle and stuff like that. The actual leather on the belt. I would like to create the holes and things, but like I think we could do that within Substance, so I'm not really too worried about that. But I just want you to know, for the sake of the tutorial, I would probably stop around here, because you know you guys generally got the gist of what we were trying to do. But if, say, I was doing this as a piece for myself, as a piece that I wanted to put in my portfolio, this wouldn't really be enough for me. I wouldn't want to stop at this point, if you know what I mean. So just basically kind of do as much as you can, do as much as you want to do, and then if you're maybe like newer to doing 3D, then I would say probably just follow along with me and don't really try to go too much ahead and too much detail. I would probably say we have enough detail for a beginner level, but if you're more advanced, you can tell there's like in the wrist pads, even these things right here, these spikes, I would go in there and I would actually sculpt all of those and create a very, very nice texture on them. Be able to actually normal map it very well, because it would be actually sculpted. So let's hit 1 on our keyboard, period, to go into our master. This is basically it, guys, for our Barbarian. The toes we didn't really do. The belt we could have done a little more on, and yeah, the body and everything. The hair looks pretty good. His eyes look good. His nose look good. We might do a little touches before we go into retopologizing it, but for this session, that's basically it. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys learned something within this session, and then the next session will be retopologizing. Thank you guys so much, and I hope you have a good one.
Hey there guys, my name is Steven Davidian, and we're going to be entering session 4 of this tutorial series. So what we're going to be doing here is actually taking this high poly mesh that we just created and making it a lower poly mesh, so we can actually use it within a game engine, and it can actually animate, because right now the poly count is around 1.2 million, so this is something we cannot use in an engine just because it's too many polygons. You can't UV unwrap it, you can't animate it. It's just all over the place. So what we're gonna have to do is take this high poly version of it and bring it down to a lower poly version by using a retopology agent or a retopology tool within Blender or within 3D Code. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to be using 3D Code, but you can easily Google search some Blender options to do that. It's all built in within the software, so you can use it within Blender. I just like 3D Code a little bit better because it works better for me, and that's what I've learned on. So I'm going to open that up, and while that's opening up, we're going to have to do some things right here. So we have this all split up. So his belt piece is split up, his actual belt split up, his kilt is split up, you know, and his main body is split up. So things we're going to actually need to retopologize are like his sandals are already a very, very low poly look. We didn't sculpt them. And same with these kind of beads right here. We didn't sculpt those either. So these are good to go already. We don't need to do anything. Everything else, we actually need to go in and actually retopologize. So you can just come over here, click his body, and you could have done this when we were modeling these out in the beginning. So you could just type in body HP. Oh, I spelled that all out of whack. Okay, for high poly, then you could take that, and I don't know how to spell mustache honestly, but I'll just say it's like that. Mustache high poly. And just you can name all this to make it a little bit easier for us when we have the high poly and low poly versions of these. We could call this belt. Oh, let's call it belt high poly though. Belt HP. And then we could call this buckle HP. Okay, I think that's it. No, that's not it. His kilt, I think that's how you spell kilt. And his wrist wraps. So wrist bands, I think they're called bands. HP. Just fix this error right here. I always forget to take off my caps, which is a bad habit that you shouldn't have. But okay, so you have all these things you have to retopologize, and we're gonna do it separately, just so we could do his whole body and then do his kilt, and then you don't want to have it as one piece, so when you're going under here it's annoying. So we'll export this as an OBJ file, and we'll call this body HP. Make sure selection only is on when you're exporting it, and then just hit export OBJ, and it should take like around 10 seconds to do it. Shouldn't, just because it's a higher poly mesh. So let's go back here and wait for it to go. All right. So let's upload body high poly. It should take around 5 to 10 seconds. Turn down my gain just a little bit. Okay. So it's not I'm not kind of like screaming at you guys. I don't want to be super loud. All right. Here we're just gonna start turning on symmetry. So symmetry, enable it on the x-axis, and then you can turn that off. And then we're gonna just start going in. And I have a retopology video on my channel already, my live EDU page. So if you want like any sort of, you know, tips or guide on how to go about retopologizing things, then I would recommend you to that video. But for this, what we're going to be doing is just roughly going across it, assuming that you guys already know how to kind of do retopology. So this is not necessarily a retopology video. We're just trying to optimize the workflow through this video. So
See, I'm pushing things out right here and then pushing them back in. And I'm trying to map out where his chest is gonna be. So I'm gonna go to the point faces tool. And I'm gonna start kind of going underneath where his chest is. And following these lines for his chest. Okay. Now we'll just fill all of this up for his chest part. And when you're doing retopologies, it's a very, once you get the procedure down, you just gotta kind of be relaxed and zen and just go through it. And you know, it's a very peaceful thing to do when you're maybe have music on or something like that. You just go about doing it. So if I hit shift over here, you can see it smooths all of our topology, which helps a lot. If everything's kind of out of whack and like not straight, helps that a lot. So I'm gonna just be moving some vertexes around. Go to the point face again, start pinning these up. Now I'm getting around this chest. Let's delete this polygon right here and delete that polygon. We'll use the point faces tool to fill that, fill this, and then I'll probably fill that under there too. Okay. And now what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be coming around his deltoid, his shoulder. I'm keeping the topology clean, and I'm trying to go around where his shoulder is to create this edge loop right here. Just like so. And I can even start coming all the way around here. And this is going to be a little messy, and we definitely have to fix this up when we are doing this. So after we kind of get a general edge loop, we're going to have to go back and fix this up. For right now, I'm going to go to quads. For right now, you just kind of get by doing it just like this. Okay. So maybe you might have to do some edge slides and like move some edges together and stuff like that to kind of smooth it out, but should be generally okay. Just moving things around with the brush tool right now. Over here, I'll start going down towards the shoulder, mapping out how this is going to look as I'm going down. That will match up with here. This will match up right here. Those will match up. So use the brush tool to push these down a little bit. Just got to make sure that they're going to match up along these sides. So right here, that will match up. Right here. Right here. Right here, and boom. Like I said, you just get the general shape, and then you can come in and fix this all up. So now you can start filling all of this in. Just like so. And you can see over here, we need to edge slide this and fit that in there because it is getting a little too tight. And I'll even probably, let's delete this polygon right here. I'll fill this in to create a quad, and then that should be a triangle. And let's do an edge slide right here too. Slide the edges, take the brush tool, and start moving this out and spacing it to fit the shoulder. Because this is a mobile game. You know, typically like Clash Supercell makes their assets for a mobile game. So I'm not trying to go crazy on the poly count right here. I don't want it to be like insane polygons, just because then it kind of is counterintuitive, because we're creating a I'm pushing these up towards his chest. We're creating these assets for a mobile game, but the topology is kind of crazy. I don't really want that. I want it to be low enough to where it can realistically fit into a mobile game, if you know what I'm saying. Over here, we're creating these parts. Probably push this up just like that. And I'll use a point faces tool to select, let's grab that triangle, select that triangle. And it's just it's a bunch of moving edges around and getting the right shapes and form. Now, I wouldn't really do anything for his abs. For his abs, I'd probably go straight down, just like this. I wouldn't really do too much for it. Okay. And we're going to try to get the most done for right now, you know, for creating the topology. So you guys can get a general idea, because this is not something that should be really, really hard, and you shouldn't really have to follow along every step that I'm doing for this. It should be like a general look at what I'm doing, and then you can go and do your own topology. You shouldn't really have to follow along. It shouldn't be that hard, especially for a character that, you know, doesn't have that much polygons in him. I'm smoothing this out, smooth that out by holding shift. 3D CoC's a paid software, so you have to pay for it, but it's an all-in-one software. It kind of does everything. And that's why I bought it earlier when I was into creating hand-painted assets and stuff like that. I really wanted it because I understood. I'm gonna add an edge split right here. So I'm gonna split those rings. I understood that it was going to help me in the long run so much more than the initial price I was gonna have to pay. So that's why I kind of bought it, and then now it helps me so much when I'm creating assets. No matter what asset it is, if I'm doing it like in hand-painted style of it, it's gonna help a lot. So yeah, 3D CoC is definitely something I would look into if especially if you like creating painted assets, because it allows you to paint actually directly onto the mesh, which is something that not a lot of 3D softwares allow you to do, but okay. Now, you generally don't want too many triangles in your mesh. You don't want like it to be filled with triangles, but when you are working with like lower poly meshes, it's hard to, you know, you have to group them up in triangles a lot, because it's hard to not do it, because you're trying to lower the poly count a lot. And if I'm just pushing these out and stretching them over, and if you don't use triangles and you try to make everything quads, you'll start to end up having a weird topology. It would start being a lot. So I break some edge flows up a lot by using triangles, and it helps. Start straightening this out right now, this abdomen area. It's getting a little too crooked, and I'm starting to notice, so I'm going to start straightening it out, just like so. And this should be probably the hardest part. That's why I started with this, just in case we can't go and retopologize everything else in this video. At least you'll be able to see me doing the character, which is, like I said, essentially the hardest part of creating any sort of retopology. Okay. Let's turn that on. I don't want to forget about that. All right, so let's go back to points, faces. Selecting all of these, and I'm going around his body now. And I'm filling these up just like so. And a good thing to do is also look at reference a lot. I mean, there's reference for topology. There's websites like Sketchfab and things like that that allow you to, I would, to be honest, actually, as I'm doing this, I would probably take this to a lower count after I did this. I would probably even create lower polygons. I would merge some of these edges completely into each other to create a lower poly count for this character, which is very easy to do, especially in Blender. Or you can do it in here. You just edge slide all of these edges. Okay. Okay, so there's websites like Sketchfab and stuff like that that you can actually go into, and you can create, look at how they create their models through their topology. And what that allows you to do, it helps so much because you see the topology they create. You know, when they give you those little 3D renders and those 3D views of the assets, they're showcasing it, yes, but at the same time, you can, as a 3D modeler, you can see how these artists, if you like an artist in particular on Sketchfab, if you like a way that they did something, you can go in and you can read how they do it. And since I'm a self-taught artist, I use a lot of tactics like that because I never had a teacher per se, which is kind of funny because now I teach you guys, but I never had a teacher to teach me how to do things exactly. I've had a couple of mentors that helped me out, but never really a teacher to show me exactly what's right and wrong. I had to learn that by myself. I had to learn that through trial and error. So I used my resources to kind of find out how to create the best kind of 3D models I can. And every step throughout the way, you know, retopology is a huge step. You can't neglect it. You know, I've had problems with it, so I've looked at other people's models that, you know, I generally enjoyed. I'm going to smooth all this out. And I kind of copied their topology. I copied workflows from them. Obviously, if they're creating like a creature or a lizard or something weird like that, you can't apply that to human anatomy. But if they're creating like a human, kind of like in your realm, how you create it, by all means, you can kind of copy what they do. Copy their anatomy. Over here, towards his legs over here, I'm not really too worried about this just because I know that these are going to be covered by his kill, and I can even probably delete these, to be honest, later on, because I know we're not going to use these because they're going to be covered the whole time. Okay, so we're going to start pushing these out. So I'm going to start merging that together. Use a brush tool to push that in. Smooth all that out. Pull these in. Let's use the points faces tool to push these in and merge that together. I'll probably use the edge slide tool. So let's get the slide edges. Slide this here. Then you could delete those. We don't need those edges. And now we can grab this face and start creating these edges around his leg. Like I said, these are probably a little too excessive. Like the topology, I'd probably keep it generally lower if I'm creating a game for a mobile device. And I have created games for mobile devices before. I have a game coming out called Days End. It's a zombie kind of game, and when I am creating the assets for that game, you know, whether it's human characters, whether it's guns, I generally try to keep a rule of everything under 5,000. No matter what it is, it has to be under 5,000 polygons typically, especially for characters. And I feel like the way we're going here might go a little over 5,000. So that is something I would definitely keep in mind when like I'm creating it for myself. Now for the video, I'm showing you kind of it in an accelerated way, just because you can easily bring it down yourself. So like I was saying, in Blender, you can easily go in and bring that down yourself, and it wouldn't be too many problems you would have to face. Okay. I probably would add another ring right here. So loops all the way around. And okay, it makes this really ugly shape right here. Okay, so we'll have to fix that in a second. Okay, Now, this is where it gets a little tricky because he has no neck. And we're creating this space in between his neck right now. Got to kind of get right in there. And I'm going to use a brush tool. Scale this down and pull these out towards his neck, basically. To wherever his neck kind of is. Make sure it kind of fits it almost, just like that. I can pull that back. Now I'll go back to the points faces tool. I'll start filling this up. Okay. Oh my gosh. Messed up. Okay, cool. Open that back up. Let's get to brushes. I'm gonna start moving these around a little bit. Okay. Just playing with the vertexes, kind of finding a nice shape that's gonna go along with it. Keep pulling these out to kind of to go towards his neck a little more. All right, so now what we're gonna probably do is go around his arm and create this kind of cylinder shape just around his arm. And what I'm gonna be doing is going directly over all the muscles, basically bypassing them. Because I know these values are going to be placed in my normal map, so I don't have to kind of push these values onto my character. I don't have to sculpt out, or not sculpt. I don't have to model out his arm within the topology, because I know that this character's topology, all of the character's detail will come out clean when I bake these maps, which we'll do in the next session when I bake these maps onto his character. Yeah, Retopology, it tends to be a little tricky, and like I said, I had a course on my live edu page that if you have any trouble with it, maybe if I'm going fast and you're like, oh, how do you do that? Or what's the best way to get a good edge flow? I go over how to do that on a realistic creature, which is a realistic human being, which will help a lot if you're looking to create good topology for your creatures or characters. Like I'm saying, this is for a mobile game, so I'm not going to go around his bicep and model it out. Like going around, like I'll show you kind of how you would go about. You would probably model out his bicep like so. Just like that. Probably add another, let's do a split rings tool and add another ring right there. We'll edge slide this down. And now that you have that, you have the shape of his bicep. It's going to be in the topology. It's going to be within it. So it's going to pop out way more in the model. And now you can kind of fill out the shape. And you're going to have to do some stuff towards the end of this to kind of fix it. So you can see over here, triangles right there. You don't want that. So we can get a quad right here. Okay. Over here we can't though. So that's a problem. So you can get a quad right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this down. I know that we could get a quad right here. We need a line right here. So we'll split the rings. We need a line right there and a line right there. And now we should be good. So if we go to point faces. Now I don't want to do this because like I was saying, we're trying to create a lower poly mesh. So it's kind of going in the opposite way. Now this is something you would typically do if you're creating a bigger size game. Not on a mobile device, maybe where, oh wow, that's popping up, some kids playing a game, but maybe where you're not really focusing on optimization. Sorry, my brain for a second. and it's not a big issue for you. But when you're making a game for mobile, you're not trying to kind of model out all these muscle anatomies and stuff like that. You're trying to just get away with as little as you can when you're creating these characters' topology. Okay. I'm just focusing on how it's looking right now. I'm smoothing things out by hitting shift. And right now it is looking pretty nice, I'm not gonna lie. Probably would go around this forearm. Like so. And you can tell how repetitive it kind of is at this moment. I'm kind of going over and over the same value. And I'm just going around and creating. I'm going to move these in, creating the same thing over and over again. Smooth that out. Push this in to kind of get a little nice tighter edge. Smooth that out as much as I can. All right. Now these are going to look ugly, but we'll fix them up in a second. So now we have to move these up to make them look a little bit nicer. Move this off to the side a little. You can add a split rings too if you want to. Say if you're working on like a personal project where you don't care if this exceeds a certain amount of polygons. If that's the case, then yeah, you can go in and you can add all the polygons you typically want. But like right here, you see how this polygon is so close to each other? I'd probably delete this within Blender if I was actually working on, you know, the Clash Royale franchise. I wouldn't, like these, see how close these are? I wouldn't really want that in here. But I think that's kind of what I was saying towards the beginning of the video, where I was like, these assets take months upon months to be created. That's kind of where it comes from. It's that fine detail. Like Retopology should take around like a week almost to do well. If you're working on a huge budget game like that. Now I'm pulling this out because I know that we don't need to create detail for that part of his hand because it's going to be covered. I'm just going over this now. Going over his wrist. Okay, fill all this up. Okay. Let's go back to the brush tool and move these in together a little bit. Push this down to kind of get into his wrist a little bit more. Smooth. Kind of fit his palm in here. Okay. Now the hand's very complicated. When you're creating a hand, that does get a little complicated. I'm not gonna lie. And that is something that I'm going to not focus on right now. I'm going to kind of try to get the mass of his head situated right now. So I'm going to come into his eyes, and I'm going to create 4 squares as vertexes and go and create this line right here. Okay. I'm going to push this up, move this to the side, move this towards the middle of his eye. Like that. Okay, now I'm going to do the opposite on right here. I'm going to create the opposite. So this will match up with that. That will match up. We need something to match up here. We need something to match up there. And If this clicks, this will match up. There we go. All right. So this is all clean. This is how you typically go about doing an eye. I'll probably add another split right there to make it a little bit better. I'll go to the points faces tool. And let's move this around a little bit. Probably start breaking these up. Now I'll probably start going around his nose and connecting these together. Just like so. Okay, and I'll go around his eye. Now the face has a very particular edge flow. This is something that you would want to look at when you're creating this kind of stuff. You wouldn't want to go do it off the top of your head. You would have some sort of reference of like edge flow of the face when you are creating. Okay. Now for his lips, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going over here, matching this up, match that up, and then you're going to go all the way around, just like this. Probably have to fix this up a little bit, but let me see if I can pull out my picture to kind of show you where you kind of want to go around. So typically you see on her face how they draw on like an actual human's face, how the eyes are done and the mouth is done, and how the eyes go over the nose and the nose creates. If I come to a 3D model, this is kind of complex, but you can see how his eyes flows out and then into his nose, and then there's this ring around his mouth, and then there's two smaller rings around his lips. And there's an edge flow you kind of generally go with. You don't do it off the whim. You don't just, create it off the whim. You kind of go about creating it. All right, I'm just trying to get this all wrapped up right now. Creating a clean edge flow. So okay, let's get this nose in here. Now the nose you want to keep, like I said, we're going to keep the normal map for a lot of the detail. That's going to be our main source of where we get the detail from. But you don't want to really neglect the nose. You don't want it to look really harsh and rubbish because it's such a predominant thing on this guy's face. So if you neglect it, then it's going to kind of show in your work. It's not going to look perfect. So I'm kind of putting a little more time into it when I'm putting these polygons in. Kind of trying to shape out his nose a little bit better. Smoothing these all up. Like I said, if you want to create it for a lower poly look, by all means, you can do that. I'm just putting a little more polygons in here to make it look a little bit better. See, this is starting to stretch right here. So, create that. Now I'll delete this polygon right here. I'm going to use the brush tool to push these in, just like that. And I'll connect these just like that. And I'm going to come over here and I'm going to match up. So go back to here. I'm going to match up this edge right at the bulbous tip of his nose. I'm going to match these up. I'm going to bring these out. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the points faces tool. This is a quadruple point. And I'm matching up as I'm going up. Like this will connect with that. We need to connect that with that. Matching these up as I'm going along. Okay. Create something that looks like this. I know it looks really bad for right now, but we'll fix it up. Make it look a little bit better. Okay. So this is when we start matching things up. So over here, you can start matching these up. Use a brush tool to push these in. And then we'll use a point faces tool to clean up that, clean up that. All right, I'm just sliding things over here. Probably split that right there. Let's go to point/faces, add a quad, add a quad here and add a quad there. And I think we have the basic shape of his face done. Okay. Because we do need to we don't want to focus too much on topology for this video. We want to kind of, for this video, we're going to, focus on topology, but we don't want to focus too much on topology for the entire video, just because we want to make sure we get all the texturing done, all the stuff that's kind of important out of the way, so you guys can have a general idea on how you do everything, opposed to me focusing on just doing topology. It's like I said, it is not hard to do, but you do take your time doing it. I wouldn't recommend trying to do it in an accelerated amount of time. Me, for the sake of you guys, for the sake of the learners, I'm creating an entire character within an X amount of time on screen. But I wouldn't suggest you guys, if you were learning, to do something like that, obviously. I'm going to come around here. Oh, yes, just like that. And now I'm just trying to get this edge flow right here. I'll use a quads tool to grab this and go around. And now I'm matching up with the quads tool, his lips. Okay, now this is something because especially if you're not doing it for like any sort of client work, this is something you're not going to really see in the game. If you're doing this for marketing or something like that, then I would say focus on creating, like, you would want to create a mouth box and everything like that. But for something like this, you're not going to necessarily see this within Clash Royale or whatever game you're creating. Okay, let's do the add split tool because it's getting a little rough right there. And the point faces tool should finish that up. All we would have to do is use the brush tool to fix up and smooth these out. Push these in to where the mouth line is. Okay. Smooth all this stuff up. And yeah, that should be generally the shape that you would want when you're creating the topology for the Barbarian. Okay, so I'm going to use a brush tool to push these up, bring these down. And this is it's a very, I wouldn't say I guess it is a tedious task of moving things around and filling things and making sure it's all matching up. But I wouldn't say it's hard. It's tedious, but it's not hard, I would say. So once you get in like some sort of rhythm and you get like a kind of efficient workflow, that's when it gets pretty easy, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so you have his mouthpiece, you have his nose, you know, that you would obviously have to fix. So at this point of his nose, you can tell it's stretching a lot. So you'd want to pull things down, smooth this out, get the polygons nice and even around. If you want to, it's up to you. If you want to go into his nose and create that part, like go inwards to his nose. I'm assuming that this is not a I'm getting brain stuck. I'm sorry. This is not a marketing kind of asset. This is more of a game kind of asset. So I realize that you don't need to have that there. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to split this ring. And I'm going to go to point faces again. Fill that face, fill that face. There's a brush tool to push these next to each other, make sure they're going to fill. Delete these edges. Right here. Okay, I'm deleting a couple edges that I don't want to delete. Like that one and that one. Alright, cool. Alright. So it's just moving things around and stuff like that. It's nothing too hard. You could just tell I'm finding the workflow that kind of fits. And around the chin, you're just going to do the same thing. You're going to go around here. And you're going to start going up. And you probably go all the way. So for the chin, you go all the way from the chin. This is a big one. You go from the chin all the way to his forehead, like going around his head. So I'm going to do this very roughly. And then we're going to have to kind of adjust. So you would do something like this. And now I'm starting to pay attention to what's down there. So that will match. This will match. And then these will match. Probably have to do something about the back side. But now you have his edge loop that's going up to his forehead. And you can start following that up just like this. And like I said, this is something you would probably have to fix up because we just roughly did it really quickly. It's probably not going to match like on these sides over here. So over here it's not going to perfectly match. So what I would do is I'd add another split ring. I'll use point faces. And I'll probably merge these together. Probably push this up just like that. And then I'll add another split rings right there. And make sure these will merge together. Something like that. Something like that. And you know, I could just keep on going. So I'd add another split rings in the corner of this eye. Use a quads tool to build up something like this and just match all this up. You know, it's not going to look pretty right now, but we're just using this to match up the rest of his face. If you zoom out, you can start seeing the barbarian's face a little bit better. So if you smooth this in, getting a nice edge flow. Over here, we use point faces. It's a brush tool. It's a lot of figuring out. So over here we have 5 sides. We need to fill this up. We can add another edge loop right here, which is not something I would really necessarily want to do. Okay, so what I'll do is I'm going to cut this into a triangle. So I'll fill that and just do that. Okay. Alright, now towards the nose, this is where it's going to get a little tricky. Probably I have to add one loop just right there to fill that. So let's fill that. We'll add another right there to fill that one. Let's delete this polygon we just created. Use the brush tool. Move these in a little bit. We'll go underneath the nose area. Start pushing these values in. Over here. I could probably almost connect these together, honestly. So what I can do to save polygons is I can come here and connect those together. And connect that. And fill that. Okay. And for this, I'm going to do this in Blender. I'm going to fill the bottom of his nose in Blender. Same with the inner parts of his eyes. I'm going to fill those parts within Blender. So I'm just trying to finish up the Barbarian's face right now. So it doesn't get... so you guys can kind of see generally how I do his face. And in the next video, I'll probably finish up his body and some. And we'll get into texturing. Okay, so let me finish up his chin. Start seeing how this is looking around here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this up. Let me put the radius up with my brush. Start pulling this up here, pulling this up here. And I'm going to start going around his head with the brush tool. I mean with the point faces tool. Going around his ear just like so. Very roughly. You can tell the topology. Topology doesn't look nice whatsoever. I'm just kind of getting the general shape to go around his ear. Okay. Now I don't want to necessarily create a lot more topology on this character just because he already is high enough poly. So now I'm trying to conserve as I'm going. So you can see with the ear, I'm trying to conserve polygons as we progress. I don't want to be wasteful with my polys. For his inner ear, what I'm gonna do is, since like this would be necessarily a game asset, I would say, is I'm gonna kind of go right over his ear just like that. For this part, we might have to, like I said, I'm kind of trying to keep this lower polygon as much as possible. So I might have to delete this edge. So let's delete these polygons. And then what we're gonna have to do is delete this edge and this edge. And we're gonna go back to point faces. We're gonna connect. We'll connect just like that. Now it's not the best ear by all means, but like I said, we're trying to conserve as much as we can at this point, because we don't want this to be a huge mesh. And we're going down his head now. We're creating his general head shape. And the reason why I'm going over his head with these big polygons is because I know his hair is going to be covering his head. I'm not worried about his head looking really neat. Because like I said, I know his hair is going to be over here. So you can see this looks really bad. But like I said, for things like this that I know that we're not going to be using, I'm going to just go straight over it, of course. Because there's no point in modeling out his head unless like there's no really point. Unless you're doing any sort of marketing where you want the poly, doesn't matter how high poly your character is. But if the character has hair on his head, yeah, by all means, definitely use as little polys as you can for this. I'm pulling these down, pulling them in, smoothing them.
Okay. See how we're doing with time. Doing pretty good. I think we could probably finish off his head in this part. Okay. Just putting these in right here. Start coming up and filling these all in. Got a split rings right here. To fill these, fill that. And we need to add another split rings for the back of his head. And we need to fill that, fill that. Now we're going to start coming down towards his neck. How his neck, you can see right now, there is going to be some problems. See how his back is so relatively lower polygon count? And there's a lot of polys on his head and stuff. That's going to become a problem because we're going to have to connect these two together. So we're going to have to probably merge these vertexes in with triangles to fill out the rest of his head. Okay. Smoothing all this out too right now just to get a little bit better of a idea on how it's going to look. I can see over here that these will connect, this will connect. Actually, you know what? We're gonna take that a little bit slower than intended. So right now I'm trying to match up. So I know these two will connect. I know these will connect right here. So that will connect right here. This one can connect right here to that. Now we have this big one piece, that only could connect to one. So we need to collapse that edge and collapse this edge. Oh, okay, actually, we have to collapse these edges kind of perfectly, almost. Okay. We'll collapse these two edges. And how we're going to do this is we're going to use a quads tool to fill this out. And we're going to move this inwards. Touch that together. It's a point faces tool to do that, and now we can push these in. Now that isn't the best way to do topology. I should say, in all my years of topology, I wouldn't recommend doing it that way. But to make it fit, sometimes you gotta kind of create some triangles, and it's not the most pleasant, but it really depends on if it can be if you can animate it. So if the animator says no, you know what, this is causing too many problems, then you would have to go back and redo the edge flow. Okay, let's just use quads right here to fix that. Okay, so this is probably around the last part we're going to be doing for this character. Pushing these in and stuff. And you guys will have all the other retopologized ones in the project folder. But the character's body is the one that we will be going over, like we went into in depth, because it's probably the most important one to go over. So that's why I kind of chose this one to do, opposed to like his shield and stuff like, not his shield, but the buckle in front of his belt and his kilt and things like that. Those are relatively easier because you're using. And I don't know why this is working so wacky. Sometimes 3D Coat doesn't want to work, I guess. I'll connect those. Okay, I'll connect these. Push these out now. Over here, we need to connect those. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the edge slide. So I'm going to slide this edge over there. Use a brush tool. Pull this in. Well, let's see actually. Before we delete that edge, let's just see the rest of how it's going to go down.
So we'll use the quads tool. We'll come in and we'll create this second layer right here, and then we'll connect this bottom part right there. Okay, so we have one more space, but we have a lot more things to do, and we don't want to add an edge loop that goes directly down, obviously. So this is kind of like the back part. How it's saying is you kind of enter a predicament here. So you gotta collapse these, add point faces and connect those two. Use a brush tool to pull this down. You know, pull all of his chin down. Push this, and right here you have to connect this as a triangle, and just like that. It's not the prettiest. I would probably do it like this. All right, a little bit cleaner. We're at 55 minutes for this. I don't want to get for his knee. You know, you guys can come all the way down here and finish. You know, it's just a spiral down, and then when you go over his knee, you just go over it. I'll finish all of this up. You guys will have this all in your project files to work on, but this is kind of it. To do the rest before you go into the next session, we go going into doing the texturing within Substance Painter. I would advise you that you guys kind of you know, try to retopologize the kilt, and if not, I have it done for you guys within the project files. But try to look at it, try to go over it with these tools, or if you're using Blender, the tools in Blender. And those are fairly easy. Like if I come over here, these are very easy to do. The topology for this is essentially a cylinder. You're going to just go all the way down with quads. Same with this. These are essentially cylinders. And same with even this. These are all, you know, very symmetrical pieces that you can use quads to go over. The body's a little bit harder. You have to follow proper edge flows. We did kind of towards his neck and stuff. We could fix that up, you know, if we had more time. But for right now, this is kind of an efficient edge flow for his body. After I finish this up and you guys have it in the project files to look at, we'll see around how many polygons he is. I think he's around, right now he's around 1,300 total polygons, which is really good. Including his hair and stuff, he should definitely be under 5,000 for sure. So I hope you guys enjoyed watching this session. I hope you learned something from retopologizing. It's not the funnest part of the 3D pipeline, but it is a crucial part that everybody has to kind of do in order to get to the end result of your model, mesh, sculpt, whatever you do. So thank you guys so much for watching, and I hope to see you guys in session 5 when we begin texturing this barbarian. Hope you guys all have a good one.
Hey there guys, my name is Steven Davidian, and today we're entering session 5 of texturing our barbarian. So we finished retopologizing him. We started with the body, and then I did all the rest for us, and you can kind of see his topology right now. He's a little over 7K. That's just because I put a little more topology into his belt to make him a little bit nicer and stuff. But you could definitely come in here and, you know, merge these vertexes together and move around some vertices to get them lower. For sure, but I thought it would look a little nicer if we put a little more detail into him. So what I'm going to be doing here is exporting this guy out as an OBJ file, and I'll be calling him Barb LP for Barbarian Low Poly. Okay, and I'll export that all as one mesh. I'll probably hide this as is, and I'll bring up all of these right now. And let me just put really quick 2 spheres. Actually, I'll keep his eyes as is. I'm gonna join all of these together. So let's join all of these. Let me go back really quick and let's hit Shift A, lock rotation on that, and flip those normals. All right, now let's join all of these again. Everything's looking pretty normal. Okay. File, export, OBJ, and then from the L, just change it to a H so we know it's a high poly asset. Okay. I think I clicked that without doing it. So if you export it, yeah, it's gonna start kicking up. So what we're doing now is we're gonna be opening up Substance Painter. You can do this within Painter, or you can do it within Photoshop, or kind of whatever you want. I'm gonna be using PBR shaders for the Barbarian, just because I think that looks the best for the Clash Royale kind of style. So you want some kind of reference for you too. So I'm gonna click File, New. We're gonna find our Barbarian low poly. That should be anywhere around right there. Then we can open that up, and this is how he looks. It looks really bad right now, and that's just because we have to bake our normal maps to him. So this is still loading up, so just give this a second. And what we're gonna do here is we're gonna go back here and we're gonna take off these materials, because we only want to bake it on one material. So let's export this one more time as a Barbarian low poly, and then where it says write materials, take that off, and then export the MVJ file. And let's redo this. File, New. Or what you could do is come into Edit, Project Configuration, select the new project, and if you click OK, if you come to Bake Maps, you can see it's only one map now. So we're gonna go to Barbarian High Polys, and we're gonna open that up, and it's gonna take a second, just because it's gonna be calculating the normals and stuff like that, to make it look a little bit better than how it's looking right now. So just give it like about a second to actually work this up. And it should calculate all the normals. It's not going to look 100% perfect. There is going to be some problems with it, but we can go within Photoshop and clean those up. Just because whenever you bake something from a high poly mesh to a low poly mesh, some errors come up, you know, some deformities in the normal map and stuff like that. Okay, so it should be about done right now. It's just taking a couple seconds. It's looking like it came out pretty good though. Just from looking at this right here, I can see that it's looking good. So it just finished. If we hit tab on here, you can see that all in all, over here near his belt, we probably have to fix. You can see over here the normal map. This came out pretty well. Not perfect. You see over here is a little deformity. All the creases in his things came out pretty cool. I'm trying to see if there's any major deformities. In his eyes, we have to smooth all this stuff out. Anywhere where there's places on top of each other, we probably smooth out. But all in all, it's looking pretty good, I would say. It's looking pretty clean. Just a couple of deformities. Nothing major though. His hand looking pretty clean. Okay, so now that we got a good base for our normal map, we got our feet, we got our body, the actual Barbarian. Now what we could do is we can start actually texturing him. The first thing I like to do when I get into texturing is actually creating this guy's skin. So we'll go to our Smart Materials tab. Just give this a second to load. My computer is a little slow. We're gonna go to Skin Human Face, and we're gonna apply that on our Barbarian. Okay, we're going to, let's hide this for right now. We're going to do a fill layer. Okay, we're going to take this fill, and I have a reference image of the Barbarian on my other monitor. So this is a reference image, if I can scroll this over, of the Barbarian. So all I'm doing is color picking a part of his, you know, I'll come over here, color pick a part of the Barbarian skin, just to get a general idea on how it's going to look. So now I'm going to turn on the human skin. It's going to go right over it. And how I'm going to get this to overlay nicely is just change the screen mode, the blend mode to overlay. And you can see it overlays pretty nicely. Now if this is too harsh for you, you know, if these colors are too harsh, what you can do is take the value of the opacity down and bring it down to about like 50%. I would say that looks a bit nicer. If you want it to be as harsh, then you can leave it up all the way. I'm gonna open up the skin folder and I'm gonna start taking things out. Like, I don't like these dots right here. I don't like those. I don't like those dots. I don't like the fractal scrum. The base is good. The top color is good. Adds like a nice pinkish. Veins we don't need. And let's go into sharpen. You can see if you have sharpen on, adds that little effect. I think we don't need that because we're going for more of a smooth look anyways. So we're gonna group these layers now because these are our skin layers essentially. So we can group them and you can change the name to skin. So skin. All right, now we're gonna go into our mask panel, add a black mask, come over here to the top corner, polygon fill, and this allows us to fill whatever we want with our mask. So it allows us to fill our geometry depending on the polygon. I'm gonna pick this one, which is a mesh fill. Since the body is separated from the entire mesh, I could just click this and I'll pick the entire body for skin. Because that's the only thing I necessarily need for skin. Everything else is different material, different textures, and so on. I only need this for the skin. So you can tell right off the bat, he's looking pretty good for, you know, our barbarian. You know, his nose and stuff. It's not the cleanest, but it's looking pretty nice. All I would do now is I'd probably add another layer. And I would take this color picker around right there. I'll scale this up a little and I'll change the stroke opacity to something very low. Okay, let me hit tab to go in. And I'll start coloring on his nose. This reddish tint. Alright, and I'll even go a little redder, like very kind of reddish tint right here. You can see I'm going all around his nose and I'm kind of laying it around even towards his cheeks. Even like right there, I'll lay it around. And I have this on a very low opacity right now. Okay, and let's see if we overlay this, how this will look. It's gonna be very harsh, but if we take the overlay down, so about right there. All right. Moving these shapes around. Probably leave it around right there. Put the roughness up, and I'll color pick again around his nose. And I'll probably brighten this value just a little bit. And get some variation, maybe some like whitish colors towards his nose. Put the flow down so it's not a harsh stroke. Okay, like I said, we can start playing with the opacity if it's too harsh on our guy. Towards the bottom, I'll create another layer. I'll color pick my barbarian again. So I'm just color picking his skin and kind of going off that. I'm not really doing my own thing too much. I'm just using the color pick to go around the skin. I'll darken his lips, so his under lip right here. I'm going to darken right now, just like so. I'll go to the eraser tool and I'll erase everything I don't need. So that should be good. And this is very harsh right now. But if we overlay it and change the opacity, so if we overlay it to something like this and bring the opacity down, you can see it brings out his lip a little. I'd probably add another layer too for his lip. Go back to my pen, my color brush. I'll color pick my original color, which is right here. I'll bring up my flow and stroke opacity. And I'll bring up the saturation. Let me just grab my pen. Yeah, give it a second to kick up. Okay. Add that stroke.
I'm actually going to go for more of a whitish color. So this is a little too orangey. I'm going to go for more like a tan whitish color. And I'll change the alpha too. So if I come to alphas, and you can change the alpha or you can change it in brushes. So if you want maybe a soft brush, you can do that. And I'll change the flow maybe to 37 so it's not too thick of a brush. I'll come around his lip and I'll create this. And I know this is very harsh right now, but what I'm gonna do is, like I said, I'll play around with the blending options and the opacity to kind of do what I need to do with it. And this is a game asset. This wouldn't be something you would want to put in a marketing scheme or something like that. His ear came out pretty nice too. This is something you would probably lay low just and keep it in the game. You wouldn't want to use this as a marketing asset. Just because you would want to put way more polygons in there, stuff like that. So I'm darkening his eyes now, around his eyes. Like that. Hit tab, start looking around. Back to tab, we'll create a new layer. I'll bring down this color value. I'm gonna make it very harsh. It's gonna look very harsh. I'm gonna create this like these bags underneath his eyes of the barbarian. And we're not going for hand-painted texturing right here. We're trying to keep it simple. So that's why I'm not really going too in-depth right here. Because if we were going for more of like a kitty style, then I would go way more in-depth. But the fact that this is supposed to be like a Clash Royale type character, I'm kind of laying back on that. Just putting some more value into his eyes, and I'll even maybe brighten his nose at the tip. Put down the flow a little and the stroke opacity. I'll brighten his nose a little at the tip, just like that. Okay. Smudge tool. I'm just smudging off the sides a little. I'm gonna do it on this side too now. Smudging off the sides. And now I'm gonna blend it a little bit after we're done. We're gonna smudge so it's not a harsh edge, essentially. That's all. I just don't want it to be a harsh edge. Okay, so we back out. Now we start playing with the overlay values. I'm gonna brighten it for right now, just so I can start seeing, how where it is, because it's hard to see it when it's very identical. I'm gonna color pick our skin. I'm gonna start going over our skin value a little bit. Scale this up. Start going over our skin. If you hit P, it's a hotkey to color pick. Okay, so for his skin, it's looking pretty good. What you could also do here is create maybe a shadow effect and create a mask. Go to our smart mask layer and then do an edge uber. And it creates this kind of mask all around the asset. If you come over here to overlay, you bring this down, you get something that, so let me actually bring this up and let's go into our mask editor. We're gonna have to change the values of these masks because right now it's like all over the place. we have to move the texture size a little up and bring this texture one size down. And then I'd probably bring the softness down just a little bit. And I'd bring the sharp down just a little bit, just to kind of get creases around here. And then I'd probably take the overlay and bring the opacity down to something like that. And then to finish it off, I'd add a filter, and I'd add a blur filter, and I'd probably blur it just a little bit. To add a little like speculation here. If you want to keep it super clean, then yeah, take this off. But if you can see the difference, if I turn it on and off, it adds like to the entire mesh like a little map, almost like a little ambient inclusion map to the entire thing. So looks pretty nice, I'm not gonna lie. So right here, this is basically our entire skin. So you can group this into a folder or just keep it as is. The next thing we're gonna be doing is grabbing this yellow for the hair, scale it up a little, and we're gonna add a black mask just like we did before, and color pick these two. I'm gonna go back to one. You can keep this as is. I'll probably move this underneath here, so this shadow can go over it. You could keep this as is. I know in very, very detail, like if I bring over reference images, in very, very detail, you can see he has grains in his hair. And you could do this with the sculpting. You don't really necessarily want to do that with texturing. But like I said, Clash of Clans, Clash Royale, these are Supercell. They have very, very simple assets. The only thing I probably would do is maybe take like a lighter yellow. So I'd grab our yellow, maybe make a lighter yellow, and maybe come over and add some lighter spots to his head and stuff, like the top of his head, something like that. Some variation, and then I can probably overlay this and then bring the overlay down a little bit. Oh, that's on the entire thing, sorry about that. Overlay this layer and then bring this layer down to make it a little varianted. But I mean, like, it's not necessary. I wouldn't even waste the time doing that. You know, if you just put one clean layer on here, you're pretty much done. You don't really have to do too much more for that. And if you want to make it kind of shine and feel a little more glossier, just play with the roughness value. If you bring the roughness down, you can see it's like very, very shiny. If you bring it towards the middle, I would probably leave it around 6. It gives it that nice look. If you don't want to play with the metallic, because then it makes it look like it has a gold head. So leave the metallic at 0, bring the roughness up, and you know, you get a pretty nice look for a barbarian. The next thing we'd probably go at is creating the straps for his hand. Let's open up our smart materials. I think it's under, and then yeah, you would probably want to use like some sort of leather. I have this leather, it's called stylized leather. I'll put it on the entire mesh. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this under too, so it gets affected by this top mesh. I'm going to put a mask on it, and we only want these to be affected right here, because these are the only things that I can see off the bat that are affected by it. I'll create a fill layer underneath here. I'll grab the color picking tool, and I'm trying to color pick like a nice color for his thing, and then I'll overlay these colors, change the opacity, and I'll bring it down a little bit. Okay. Alrighty, so something like that, I guess, would be nice. Keep it simple. And if you like the stylized look more of this, if I go back to normal and bring that up, if you like this look more, then yeah, by all means, don't use this. But I don't want it to be too harsh. That's why I kind of went. I don't want too much like of a leathery look on there. So that's why I kind of brought it down and kind of faded it out a little bit. But yeah, kind of do whatever you want in that aspect. So the next part we would probably go and do is I would probably be done with these leather straps. I'm not going to really draw any kind of stitching or anything, but you could if you want to. If you want to add another layer, if you go to alphas or brushes, I would say, and you can go to stitches, change the stitch color, I would say to black. Let me see how this would look. Okay, the spacing needs to go up. So you'd go to spacing and enhance that, and then you would get something that looks like that. Something like that. Put this over the leather so it's not getting overlaid. And yeah, if you want to do that, or you can do white. You could go do white, maybe make it a little more seen. Scale that up a little bit. Come around here and do stitches and stuff. But I don't really want to do that because I think it looks nice as is, and I don't think on the reference image it is stitched whatsoever. So I'm not going to go really too much in depth on the stitching. What I will do is create the metal for the his spikes and his belt buckle piece. So if we go to materials, we can either pick steel tough, steel rough. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. It's just a little too glossy. I don't think Clash Royale has that much roughness. So let's bring the roughness up just a little bit. I would say right around there looks pretty good. From what I've seen in references, this is kind of how the Clash Royale character's belt is. It's like a metal piece, and that's kind of it. So if I select the entire thing, all right, let's select the entire thing right there, and then we got to select all these little pieces on here. And this is something, like I said, if I was creating a portfolio piece or something like that, I would definitely take my time and create all these little pieces, like these spikes on his wrist wraps and stuff. I would create them to such a high quality, and I would even go in and sculpt them, you know, to the highest grade to make sure they look really nice. So let's change the roughness a little bit. Let's bring it down just a bit so it shines a little more. It appeals a little better. Now what we're going to do is we're going to create another layer. We're going to bring the roughness up. We're going to move it all the way to more of a whitish color, and we're going to do the opposite of what we just did. So we'll take a smart mask and we're going to do edges. And if we do overlay on this and we scale this down, you can see it adds that additional pop to it. And what I'll do here is I'll go to mask editor, and let's go to curvature, and I'll change edges to cavities. Okay. Now let's bring this up so you can see a little better. You can see where it's going in. You could do that for if you want to have those creases right here on the black part. So let's bring this back up. If you want these creases on the black part to be filled in dark, let's go to mask editor. You can change the curvature mode to cavity, and you can see in there that it'll be all darked out. So if you leave it around right there, and then if you come over here, let's go to mask editor, and you do edges. So edges basically fills out everything like in here. And then let's go back to putting up the texture, and then bringing texture 1 down to something like that. So this looks very, very harsh right now, like very, very harsh, and we don't want that. It's a little too much. So we're gonna adjust the values a little bit. So we'll play with the softness. We'll bring it up a little. And I'm looking at this also. I'm looking at all of these. I'm not just focusing on one piece. So probably somewhere. So if the cavities are dark in the middle, we want the edges of these cavities to be a little bit lighter. That's why I'm trying to fill this in. I'll probably bring this down now to about right there. Very low opacity. And we'll do the same thing which we did with the top layer. We'll add a filter, make it a blur, and bring the intensity up a little. Not that much, probably probably right around there. So if we take that off, you see how much effect that kind of gets lost. So definitely adds some sort of effects to, you know, this barbarian creature. Now, just from looking at reference material, I don't think he has nipples. From what I'm seeing, I'm not seeing any sort of like nipples on the character. So I don't think we should go ahead and, you know, do anything with his nipples or kind of sketch on nipples on him. I think as is right now, he's looking pretty good with his bowl cut, his little pads, and this little armor right here. I might add the roughness up though to this armor. Probably add that up a little bit to something like this. Bring this above these two. Something along the lines of that. Now let's change the color to something like that. We'll make it really shiny, I guess. I guess that's what they intended to do with it, is to make it pretty shiny. I don't want it to be kind of glaring. I'm gonna try to get like an orangish yellow and then tint it like that. Bring up the roughness just a bit. I think that looks about right. I don't really play Clash Royale too much to know what exactly it is. I'm just playing with the values of the colors to kind of see what fits. Okay. So the last thing, not the last thing, we're going to get into creating the sandals and stuff like that, but we want to get into the belt. So if we go open a fill layer, let's open it under here. And we go to leather again, because typically belts are made from leather, like that hard leather material. So if we go to smart materials, and maybe let's put a fine leather on there. Let's do a rough leather. Weathered leather. Stylized wet leather. I guess stylized leather looks the best. So we'll do a black mask, and we'll select this. Well, is this a part of his old body? No, it's not. Okay, we'll select that part for his leather, and we're gonna go into this actual smart material, and we have to change the base color to the red leather that he originally has on his belt, which is a leather that kind of looks like that. We have to change the curvature to also like a darkish red. And I think that should be it. I think this red is a little bit too light though. Probably darken it to something that looks like that. Okay, awesome. So we can bring this down now. Okay, so there's a fill layer over here that needs to be removed. So if we come over here, you can start seeing it's starting to look pretty good. If you want to lighten the value, it's all in here. So if you want to lighten it, you change your base color. I'll probably move the roughness up a little. You change your base color a little lighter. Probably put the saturation up too. And just change your curvature color to something a little lighter too. Nothing too light where it looks off-putting, but just a little lighter. Okay, and you get something that looks like that. And I think that typically looks like how the Clash Royale belt looks like. So if you come in here, his belt kind of looks like that too. And he has little holes in there. We should have modeled that out within the mesh, but you can come over here and create your own little holes. So if you go to the brushes tool, you go to a hard brush, create black. You can even put the height map down and do something like that. Okay, so let me see how big his brushes are, his holes in his belt are. Is it on both sides? I'm just double checking. I think there's two values. There's a up and down one. This is just lack of source material. This is not even anything else. I'm just kind of looking at the source material to see how some of the pictures have it like this, guys, like 2, and then some of it has it like just straight down. Oh, that's not good. We don't want that. We want black. Okay, so what the height map does is it adds height value to it. So, you know, if we push up, you can see it looks like it's poking upwards. If we bring it down to the negatives, it looks like it's pushing inwards. Like that. Okay, so let's scale that up, and I think like right there and right there should be good. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm actually gonna turn on wireframe because I kind of want to get it precisely. So I'm gonna click show wireframe mode. I'm gonna do it on this line and on this line. I'm gonna come over and do the same 2 lines. So if I come over here and turn wireframe mode off, it looks a bit more like correct now, I would say. Looking pretty clean. I don't think we should do it all the way around. I think just like 1 line like that is enough, I would say. Come see his back. His underarms, his chest. Now, if I come into Blender, we hide this, we bring this out. Just trying to see within the baking process if anything kind of went wrong. So I'm trying to look at the model precisely. It looks pretty good. You have the skin that looks like skin. We have to fix these within the normal maps, and I'll show you how to fix that, guys. We did a auto UV wrapping just due to time, so this is how the auto UVs came out. Not the best. I would probably suggest, like, you can see, like, this is not good UVs, you know, it's all split up and stuff. It's not the best wrapped UVs. I would suggest going in and, you know, creating cleaner, nicer UVs for the face and stuff like that. But something that, you know, we had to do really quick. I didn't want to do the UV process without you guys, so all I did was I clicked all of that and I smart UV projected it and did it like that. So that's why there might be some little like bugs in it, like in the texture, but I didn't want to go too far ahead and do something that I couldn't really show on camera. That's why I kind of just auto did the UVs for us through Blender, and it came out pretty good. But like I said, if I was doing a course, or not a course, a kind of portfolio that a portfolio piece that I want to show, I would definitely take the time to like do the UVs, go in here, model out, make this guy look so much better than how he actually looks right now. But just for the sake of the tutorial, I want to show you guys how to go from step 1 to concepting, sculpting, to like the final steps of, you know, going in and texturing them out, making them look nice and stuff like that. So yeah, that's basically it. We need to actually change the leather, so let me find the leather for his arms. We're actually going to change the color to something a little more brighter because I don't think it's matching with the belt color right now, so we're going to make it a little bit lighter of a color. Something like that. Actually, we'll revert back down to this. Okay, so we have to create that leather, stylized leather again for his garments, his kilt. So we can bring it down to about right there. Okay, let's create another fill layer. Starting to get a little messy in here. I would recommend you guys name all your stuff and things like that. It'd be so much easier. And we're going to change this to an overlay and bring the overlay down to about right there. Okay. And now all we're going to do is add a black mask to this And we're gonna have to add a black mask also to this. So you get something that looks like this. Trying to see. Just take this leather off really quick, and we're gonna put a white color. We're gonna add a black mask. We're gonna go to Smart Materials and do Fabric Edges. It's gonna cut out these fabric edges, and it looks kind of something like this. We're gonna go to Texture 2 and bump it down just a little bit to break all this noise up. Bring up Texture 1 to about right 0.7. Go down to Curvature. And bring that down. Bring up Fine a little bit. Softness a little bit. But nothing crazy. And then we'll overlay this. And we'll add a blur. So filter, blur. I get something like that. So I'm going around and looking at how it's looking. Look pretty decent right now. Okay. And you could have the leather added, but I kind of like it a little bit better like this way. So I'm going to group this up. I'm going to go back here and add a mask to the entire group. And just kind of mask. Oh, well, actually, hold on 1 second. I'm going to group these up. Wrong 2 layers. Okay, and I'm going to add a mask to the entire group. So a black mask. And I'm going to select these. You can also select these leather pieces for his foot attire too. Okay. See how we're doing with time? We're doing pretty good with time right now. So we have his sandals in, we have his kilt in, his belt, his hair's looking good. We have to do his eyeballs, which is going to be a little hard. But he's looking pretty good. So the last part we'll probably do is we'll go into these this folder we created, adjust this value, and create a slipper. Because with Clash Royale characters, they're very, very easy things to make. You don't want to do too much. You know, keep it simple. Like, don't really push the boundaries too much when you're creating it. So you can see in the matter of, you know, how long is this video? I think it's 40 minutes. In the matter of 40 minutes, you got a very, very good base of creating this barbarian. A lot of developers, like indie developers, would probably put this in their games. This is not a Supercell grade mesh per se, but this is kind of on the starter steps of where you would go. Like, we created something that looks typically like the shape of a barbarian. You know, a very good concept. You could put this into a game and have a very good concept of how the character will work. This is not obviously Supercell ready, Supercell asset, I understand, but we took a couple of days, at least I did. I took a couple of hours out of each day to make and build something up like this. And with texturing and stuff, it's looking pretty good so far. Just some details like skipping out on UVs and stuff like that. Obviously, if you're creating a AAA game, those are things that you would want to look for and actually put time into. But creating the overall shape of the actual character, kind of went through the entire process. So we started off by, you know, creating a sculpt. And sculpting all these different values and making sure to learn starting big and going small. So you start big as in sculpting bigger forms, and then you come down and you start sculpting things smaller and smaller and smaller and start making them look better. And then from there you can do so much more things by adding like little details, pores in the skin, scars, hair follicles, things like that, you know, obviously I can't really show you in a couple hour video tutorial, but you know, you could go in and do, you know, a lot of things. Same with the texturing process. You know, the detail you would probably want to put out when you're texturing is a lot. You want to try to put as much detail as you possibly can when you are texturing. So I'm going to change the brush to as I'm talking right now, so I can kind of work and not talk and get a couple finishing touches here now. So change that up a little. Come over here and start texturing the top of his foot. Oh, well, the height map is all messed up. Let's change it back to a 0. Start texturing his feet a little. I'm not going to really worry about his sandal, because I'll show you a little trick we can do really quick to get rid of like any kind of problems on his sandal. Okay, so you could see in the, within like a couple hours of a video, we created a pretty clean base mesh for the Barbarian. And then from there, we took that and we textured him and stuff like that, and you can kind of see it. It resembles a Clash Royale Barbarian exactly. Obviously, there's things missing, like I was saying. I'm just reiterating what I'm saying. It's just the amount of detail you put into it after this point. I'm basically just showing you the process of getting to the point where it's ready to go. It's just the amount of detail now, the amount of days you put in after creating the base is where you would want to go. So things like when we finish the sculpting up, if I was creating this for, let's say, a client or other work, I would take so much more time, and I'm kind of stressing that. So I'm gonna add a black mask here, by the way, before I get off topic, and I'm gonna just click the entire foot. So that basically takes off all of the color we were adding to the sandal and stuff, and just puts on the color that we were adding to the foot. I just wanted to add some variation, some pigment to his toes and stuff like that. And you can go in and add pigment to like his chin and stuff like that to make it look a little bit nicer. If you want to, create some reddish like chin, maybe his cheeks a little, make them a little bit red. If you want, all depends on what you want. Like I said, it's all detail at this point. You can see over here with the UVs, they got cut a little. This part over here is just due to the normal map, but yeah, that's basically it. Add a couple more color variations to his back. He has a very like white, tannish, pinkish kind of skin value, this Barbarian. And that's why I'm just trying to add these variations in him. Scale that down. Come to his chin. And I kind of like how he's looking. I don't know. From the perspective of we created it in a quick amount of time. We concepted him, we followed it over and over again, and we created something that looks relatively clean in a quick amount of time. So I'm just adding more color to his skin, making it less white. You can see the color I'm using. I have it on an overlay and a low opacity. And I'm just clicking over here. I should be using my pen actually to click these. I'm just clicking over here and adding some variation. So okay, in the next video we'll go over cleaning up the texture, doing stuff with his eyes, actually modeling his eyes in, and then cleaning up the normal map, and then taking him, exporting him, and putting him, we can put him into Unity, and we'll go into Mixamo rigging up to see how his animations look. And that'll be probably it for this tutorial series. I hope you enjoyed this series, this session of the series, the texturing part, because it made them come to life essentially. So stay tuned for the next one. It's going to be really fun. We're going to be wrapping everything up. And I hope all of you guys have a good one. See ya. Hey there guys, welcome to the final session of this tutorial series. I hope you guys had fun throughout this entire series, the first 5 sessions. I know we kind of jumped a couple of areas, like the UV mapping and stuff. We did it automatically and we generated it through Blender quickly. In the Retopology, I kind of showed you how to do the human base mesh, and then I kind of did everything else and gave it to you in the project files. But this is the last part. It's kind of like our touch-ups, I would say. We're going to be doing the eye, cleaning up any touch-ups we feel like we have to do. And that's basically it. you know, rigging them up in Mixamo, and that's all. So let's get into it. Right here, I'm gonna probably grab this color and, you know, bring this color down a little bit. Okay, and let's actually, so let me go find one of these. Just give me 1 second to find this value. Okay. Okay, awesome. I was like, where's my symmetry hotkey? I kind of lost it for a second, but we found it. All right, so what I'm going to be doing is everything I draw here is obviously going to be showing up right there, which is very, very helpful. So scroll down here. We could change, let's change the brush size to something a little bit nicer. Let's do a soft brush, but let's change the flow to something like that, so it's not too demanding on us. And then we're gonna come in here, probably make this color, let's get a darker blue, something like that, I would say. And for right here, let's get the base out in a nice clean style. So let's go all the way up to probably, I would say, over here. And then we don't have to worry about, I'm gonna hit tab really quick. We don't have to worry about if it goes over the skin, because I was showing you in the previous, with his feet in the previous session, that we could just use a mask tool to kind of get rid of all of the other stuff. Okay, so let's just say we're comfortable with this base. I'll probably get a little bit of a darker value around his eye. And I'm not an expert at shading in eyes. This is just something I'm trying to do to just enhance the mesh a little bit more than how it's looking right now. I'm not an expert, but I just assume it would look a little bit nicer if we put a little detail into his eye, I would say. And for the black part, probably just, you know, put a black circle right there. And you can tell when we zoom in all the UVs and the seams, but if you zoom out, it doesn't look that bad, trust me. Probably get a lighter grayish color, something like this, and I'll probably take the flow down to something very, very low, and I'll probably put in this grayish color and start blending these shapes in to give it some variation in the pupil. But like, nobody's gonna see that, so I'm not gonna waste too much time on something like that. Okay, so let's grab this deep blue we were talking about, and let's bring it up to a lighter source, something like this. And let's start drawing in some like dashes around his eye. Okay, something like that, I guess. And then you can come over here to the smudge tool, start smudging this out like so. So it doesn't look kind of perfect. And you can create another layer, and we're going to change this layer to color dodge. We're going to make this white. Actually, let's make this a little lighter than this blue. So I'm going to take this blue and I'm going to enhance the lightness. Okay, let's bring up the flow just a little bit. Maybe the stroke opacity we could take down. We can start, you know, dabbing on here to kind of make his eye pop a little more. Make it more like cartoon-like almost. And we can use the eraser to erase any places we feel like we went overboard on. Like in his pupil, you don't really want that to be seen. And then maybe towards the end of his eyes, we kind of want to trim that down. If we come out, you're getting something that looks pretty nice, I would say. So let's get all of these groups. Let's group this all together right now. Group layers, and then let's use a black mask on this and group this entire thing so we have it just on his eye. Now these little dots and stuff on the side you're seeing, that is just because it is my brain's getting stuck right now. Oh my gosh. That is just because it is the normal map errors. So don't really worry about that too much. We'll fix that up. Don't worry about that. We're just focusing on the eye right now. Color dodge on. And I would probably just, the last thing I would do is create one more layer and add some sort of, let's create a higher flow and a higher opacity. Add some sort of like maybe glare to his eye, like something like that. You know, maybe you can see how it looks overlaid. Probably just put some pizzazz right there. I'll probably add one more layer. Sorry, I'm getting carried away now. I'll add it like right there. I'll zoom out, and that looks about right, I would say. Besides the, let's turn symmetry off now. Where's symmetry? Symmetry, turn that off. If we come in, I would say, yeah, that looks about right. I wouldn't really fight that right now. So we can change this folder name to I guess that works. And then we can add a new layer. Create a blackish layer. Put the roughness around 0.6. Scale this up. Probably turn symmetry on one more time. And just symmetrically draw in. Actually, that's too rough. Let's take the flow and opacity down. And then draw in some shadows around his eye. Some shadows underneath his nose. And just basically getting in some basic shadows underneath his neck. Even though we have shadows kind of like as these smart masks, I'm just creating some extra ones right now. I use a eraser tool to get rid of this mustache shadow, because there shouldn't be a shadow on his mustache. Doesn't really look too hot. Yeah, get rid of all that. You want his mustache to be like bright orange. I mean bright yellow. You don't want really like too many shadows. And I'll probably just draw like a shadow underneath his, like above his eyelid like that. And then maybe like a little below his eyelid, and then around his face just a little bit. Because we're not going to keep this as is, obviously. We're going to do an overlay layer. We're going to bring these shadows down. Or what you could do is keep it as a normal layer. Or you can even keep it as a multiply to darken the shadows. And just lower the opacity down just like that. So if we take symmetry off, kind of see the effect it gave. You can kind of feel it a lot more too in the actual mesh. And you can do that kind of for everything. So for over here, if we turn symmetry back on, for underneath his arm, I would probably come in, create some sort of shadow effect. Let's bring that up. Let's bring that layer up. Around his chest, I would probably add some. Underneath his lats, I would add some. And then I would change this back to like a 0.3 to make it subtle. Because you don't want it to be, you know, over the top all around. Then it starts looking a little ugly. But if you can keep it very nice and subtle, it adds a nice little look to him. Probably put it down a little more. Around 0.25. And let's take symmetry off. Around his back. I'm going to use an eraser to put the flow down. And probably just erase this back part a little with the flow. Start going around now. Okay. It's a very artistic thing to do too. It's not like when I'm teaching, I can't really be like, this is how you do it 100% and this is exactly how it's going to be every single. It's kind of like it varies in ways. So there's not a correct way every time to do everything exactly the same. Like it varies depending on, you know, what you're making. So in this circumstance, I can tell you things we did wrong, like not wrong per se, but just due to time constraints. Like if you're doing this for your own project, definitely go in and UV unwrap it. Like that's something I would do. Put in more detail into sculpt and stuff like that. I would definitely take the time to do things like that. So yeah. Okay, so just gonna do some finishing touches, you know, Using the paintbrush, be getting a white color. Coming over here. Oh, that flow is extremely harsh. Let's just see if we overlay this value, how that's gonna look. It's not gonna look too hot. All right. I don't want to add too much more detail. I'm going around, I'm like looking to add more. But the thing is, Clash Royale, they don't have detail in their meshes. They do, but let me change my value. They do, but they at the same time they don't. So I don't really want to add too much more. So for the rest of this, what we're going to be doing is just add a couple more details. The skin. A couple more highlights and stuff like that. And now we're going to be taking this guy within Mixamo and rigging him up and seeing how he looks animated. Okay. Just adding some different color variation to him now. Nothing like rocket science or anything like that, but just taking different values of colors and adding it towards my character. To make him have some like different complexion and skin, I would say. And I'll probably just lower the opacity on that to around 50. I would say that's it for the characters textures. All I would do is do a file, export textures, and then export. Take a second to load up. And as it's loading up, I'm going to be opening up a website called Mixamo. This is where we're going to actually rig up our character and have him animate. Because the whole point of him is to be a game-ready character. So let this load up. It should take a second. It shouldn't be too long. Okay. So what we need to do now is we need to export our character. So you can go to a website just called mixamo.com. It's mixamo.com. Auto rigs your character, and there's free animations on the site for him. So export obj barb low poly, export that. And if we come over here, this is one of our older characters that we made on a previous project. It's like a warrior type character. We need to upload our new character. Let's select a character file. I have stuff everywhere. Select that one right there. So it should load up. Should look something like this. Okay, should take no more than 10 seconds. All right, so it should look something like this. We could click next. We can use this for the chin, and we're just placing these points. So this would go into his chin. This line indicates the symmetry that's going straight down our character model. So we just move this point for chin, obviously, into his chin. We use our wrists to put next to where we feel like our wrists should animate. Our elbows to where we feel like the elbows should animate. And now this is an auto rigger and it's an auto animation, so it's not going to look the best. Like I can tell you right now, the kilt and stuff is going to suffer. So just letting you know now. And you could just click next, and it's going to auto rig this guy. If you are working in any sort of company or AAA team or development pipeline, you'll have an animator that does all of this for you. I'm just putting him in to show you kind of like how we could bring the animation to life, essentially. So you you export your model, your low poly model, take that export, go into mixamo.com. The link is right here. How you do it, just MIXAMO. It was run by Adobe, actually, so it's a very credible website. You make a login, I think. You have to go in. You can verify through Facebook, something like that. You bring your export from Blender into Mixamo. So after you exported that lower poly resolution one, make sure you don't export the high poly, or else, this process right here will never finish. You'll never be able to rig it up because it's so high poly and so dense. So you take that higher poly that lower poly model, I mean, from the one we created. You bring it into Mixamo, you match up all the joints, and you can see it right here. It looks kind of cute, honestly. His neck did get a little messed up, though. You can see, just because when we were creating his neck, how the Barbarian's neck is there's not a lot of movement. So you can see in this animation, there's a lot of movement in the neck. So that's something you would have to do with, okay, he's in the floor. I don't know why he's in the floor, but his access point is probably all messed up. That is something you probably have to fix with the weight painting and the skinning. So you wouldn't want to have so much weight painting and skinning on his neck. So if I type in like sword attack or something, use something like this, and you can see he's an animatable character, and his neck is a little messed up, like I said, because the geometry is not as, you know, perfect as, you know, these characters would look. You can tell these characters have these huge limbs and stuff. Isn't as animatable as, you know, a character with essentially pressed down geometry. But you can tell he looks decent. I wouldn't use this in a game, obviously, but he looks pretty cool. You can tell he animates good. It's nothing wrong with him. So just picking different attacks to make him look a little bit different. But all in all, if we delete this animation and we go back into, let's go back into the main frame, he's looking pretty good. He works well within Mixamo. If you have your own animation team, obviously you could go within Blender, do your weight painting and stuff like that, make him look a lot nicer. Very easy tool to use, though, if you are working with things that can fit its boundaries. So it has a box, essentially, that whatever you create has to fit within that box. If you're creating realistic kind of characters with anatomy that is like what they use to rig their characters in Mixamo, then it will work perfectly. If you use a real size character like the one I was showing you before, the warrior character, if you use that within Mixamo, then it would work, you know, just fine, because all the anatomy is the same. This guy's a little bit harder, just like I was saying. You know, his neck is so big. He doesn't really have elongation from his, you know, chest to his chin. There's not really any separation. It's kind of condensed and spaced in right here. So him being able to go into an auto rigger such as Mixamo and, you know, take that rig that they gave him and put in different animations, it's not going to look too good, but it's just something that you can use for, you know, other projects and stuff like that. I wanted to show you how you can kind of see him alive, I guess. Now what we would do is, if this texture is done, we exported the textures. I would probably say we're pretty much done with the eyes and everything. I'll probably open up our Photoshop. I would apply these textures now and close Photoshop for a second. I would apply the albedo map here. So I'll go to Documents, Algorithmic, Substance Painter, Export, and let's find Barbarian. B-A, Barb, Low Poly, Albedo. Okay. Go to Texture, and bomb. Push that in. That's how he looks. Move that out. Let's turn ambient inclusion off because it's looking really bad with it on. That's how he looks with no shading on him. This is a flat shaded look, and no normal map or roughness map on him. He looks kind of like this, which isn't bad, I would say. Looks pretty good. Even flat shaded, you can tell all the shaping. You know, the abdomen, the chest, the back. You can tell like how everything is separated and such. It's not done poorly. If you can read your model well through something like this, you could see his eyes look a little bit weird because it's not blended with the normal map and the roughness map. But if you can read it well like this, typically that's a good sign. If it can read well with just an albedo map, that's typically a good sign. You know, you can tell all his basic forms, how he's looking, his hair, his mustache, and all those kind of things. All I would do now is I'd probably go to File, Open, and like I was saying before on our normal map, I would open up our documents, algorithmic, substance painter, exports, and our barbarian normal map. And all I would do here is I would probably do an Alt J, so I keep one backup file. All I would do here is just basically use the blur tool. Okay, and I'll start blurring in some spots like here. So where his abs are, and you can export a UV layout, so you can export so you can see exactly where everything is placed. You can come over here to UVs, export UV layout, and export one like that. But I generally know where everything's placed, so I know where you know, I would have to fix and stuff like that. You can see under here where his eyebrows are and stuff like that. I'm trying to fix that. His mustache, trying to fix that. Stuff like that, just trying to get rid of and fix. Come over here, select his face. You can see over here the mustache, how it's coming down is because the mustache, when on the higher poly mesh, when it is portraying the normal map, it is creating that shadow on his face here, and that is what we necessarily need to get rid of. Okay, I'll probably use a brush, the mixer brush. This allows me to, if I click Control and pick a point, allows me to copy that point essentially, and I can like draw over this mesh, kind of blur all these lines together so it's not so rough. You know, I can go over stuff like that. And then you can pick certain areas. You know, if I come here and I click that, I can start fading all this out. And you can pick certain areas that you've seen, like over here, the harshness, you can tell like that's a very harsh area on their normal map. Come over here and blend this over. Same with over this. Blend all of this in together, and then you can come back to the mixer brush. And let's get Control around here and then start blending all of this to get rid of that. And you could do this for, this would probably take itself probably like an hour to 2 hour process to go in, blur things together, mix things. Oh, we don't want to do that. Let's go to the blur tool and blur. You can even come here to smudge. So if you come over to the smudge tool, you can start smudging these things together to break up the shapes a little, clean up this normal map. Hold Shift. And I would probably come back to the blur tool, start blurring this out. And blurring these harsh shapes out, you know, that you can see within the mesh. Like over here, this is his back. You can just tell through the topology. This is his whole body. This gets to where his back is. And this is a shading from his belt. And we don't want that shading. So we come to the brush tool, pick up color, something like that. And, you know, we start just going over it to get rid of that because we don't need that underlying shading part. Same with this end. Over here, I would probably use a blur tool for this side just because it's not as harsh. I'll probably just blur all this out. And you know, you just go over and you kind of find what's wrong with your mesh. You go and you look at it and you see like, oh, this doesn't look good in the normal map, because it's hard for a computer to generate it perfectly. Typically you're going to need to go in and kind of figure out how it's going to look for yourself. So it's hard for you know, the computer to do that by itself. So you're going to have to go in and definitely do some fixing. And I just want to show you how you can just do that. You know, you would apply this map now into Substance Painter or into like Blender as your normal map, and then see, oh, did it fix or didn't it fix? And then you would reiterate the process and do it over again and do it over again until you get something that you like. And last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to be opening up Unity right now as I'm kind of cleaning all this up. Just blurring these shapes out. And I feel like we don't need all these harsh shapes. The brighter the color is, the more dominant it is on the mesh. And let's see, Unity. Okay. I should make a new one, but I don't want to make a brand new project just to plop this barbarian in. So that's why I'm just opening up an existing project that I'm already working on. So let's just smooth this. And we're just gonna file, save this as normal barb. Save that to the desktop. We can save it as a Photoshop file. Doesn't really matter. Okay, as that's opening, let's just take an overview on everything we did. We started off by creating a base mesh, taking that base mesh from Blender, adding sculpting to it. The beautiful thing about when you do start sculpting on a base mesh is you start from creating these big masses to build up that base mesh, and then you twinkle down into creating a little more detail. Like you start focusing on the shape and getting the base mesh to look like what you want it to look like. And then you start focusing on, all right, and now I want his abs to pop and his chest to look nicer and his shoulders and stuff like that to look cleaner. So it allows you to work from big to small. Small as in details, big as in forms. So it's really helpful. Okay. I don't think I should have even done this. I think I should have just opened up a new project. I'm regretting that I opened this existing project up. Unfortunately, go back to Substance Painter. Maybe I might just take a break, come back to this and say, hey, I opened up a new project. But I don't think it's a big deal. Let's go to something like this. All right, so this is just a project, and I guess it would look nicer putting him into this world, I guess. So we'll come in here and we'll hide this really quick. We don't need this. Hide that. Hide the victory panel. All right, we'll just put him over here. So let's scroll down into here. Let's grab our Barbarian low poly. So that's Barbarian high poly. Where's Barbarian low poly? Okay, Barbarian low poly. Grab that in, we'll put it in right there. And we'll slide this guy in. Very small guy in regards to this map. Oh my goodness. So let's scale him up. He does not look like he belongs in the... He's a little too scaled up now. He does not look like he belongs in this game whatsoever. I will say that. Which is a bad thing because he's supposed to be like a high quality supercell asset. So, well, not high quality, but a higher quality supercell asset. So let's go into and grab all of the textures. So, take all three of these maps, put them in. So this is for people who want to put it into a game. If, you're not looking to put this thing into a game, let's actually delete this normal map because I created a new one. If you're not looking to put this thing into a game, then, the video kind of ends here. You don't really need to know this part, essentially, if you're just looking to create, just create the asset, like sculpting-wise and stuff like that. So he's within Blender. I mean, he's within Unity right now. I'll rotate him by hitting E all the way around so we can see a better view of him. And now I'm going to bring on... you can either make a material or just drag on the material directly on him. And right now you can see he looks all out of whack. That's just because how the shader is right now. If we come over here, just change the shader to a more whitish shader and change these to off. You can see how it's looking up. So it's the albedo matches with albedo. The normal map comes right here. It's all out of whack. All you have to do is click fix now. Bomb, and the metallic map just comes right over there to metallic. And that's him. Push that out. That is our Clash Royale Barbarian. from afar. If I rotate him like he's a doll model or something, that is him. Now, took a couple hours to do. We started from step A all the way to step Z, just like in the video title, and we created something that looks generally nice, I would say. I'm kind of proud of this mesh and all of his four fingers. So if you guys did enjoy this course, thank you so much for giving me the time and watching it. I really appreciate this. I hope you learned something from it. I actually really liked playing the Clash Royale games, working up to this course, just so I can see how which character I wanted to model, and I realized that this guy is probably the main character in both of their games, so I decided to pick him. And I just had a really fun time creating this course for you guys, and I hope that you guys had a fun time learning from me, and I hope it's not just a one-way street. This was fun to do. I'm glad we got through it. There was a lot of effort that went into this. It wasn't just like one of my courses I just kind of spewed out there. I put a lot of effort and a lot of research and back in time on it, and I feel like we've created something that looks pretty decent, pretty good actually, close to the original model. Obviously not enough time. We probably worked on 1/30th of the time that it would take to make the actual Clash Royale model, but we worked on it as well as we can, and I think it came out pretty nice, and you can see that within Unity right now. So thank you guys so much for watching. I'm gonna stop rambling, I promise, and I hope you guys all enjoyed this tutorial series, and like always, have a good one.